Hello, and welcome to Dice and Mimics, where us a group of players who just enjoy a bit of role playing, bit of fun, bit of D&D, come together and play in my world. Tonight, just so everyone is aware, we are using Sirenscape for the first time, or Sirenscape. I don't actually know which pronunciation is correct, so pick and choose whichever you prefer. Sirenscape is obviously a wonderful tool set, really useful for DMs, really useful for players. I would recommend it to anyone. This is my first time using it, so if I get something wrong, please do forgive me, but I'm going to do my best.
Dixie
Obviously-
Strad music is the best.
That's cool.
And my players are starting early tonight, as always.
Of course.
We
Of
didn't
course.
finish from last week, that's all.
No,
Yeah,
no,
we're just
no.
continuing. Gotta keep the
Too
ball
soon.
rolling.
Yes. I also would like to apologise. I have literally only just started getting over a cold. Thank you, Aaron, for sending it to me through the internet.
You're welcome. You can have this one too.
No, thank you.
No.
So, if any
It's
of
fine,
my
I'll FedEx this one.
if any of my NPC voices sound a bit off, or if I have to cough at any point, I do apologise. Just bear with me on that point. So, as usual, joining me tonight, we have Annette as Tahlia.
Hello, darlings.
We have Ben as both Valdizian and Urt.
Evening.
We have Steph as Vierna.
Hello.
We have Reese as Blossom.
Hello.
We have Aaron as Zandal.
Hi.
And finally back with us after a lot of scheduling problems, we have Nikki as Fish.
Hello.
So, and obviously I am your DM, Paddy. So, to pick up where we left off last time with Armatae, the group had just returned from going to River Run and dealing with Zandal's father. Zandal in the process of that being disowned, but managing to get his younger sister away from the manipulations of the noble courts that his father was wanting to marry her into. Returning back to Maham, they were overtaken by a courier. Not knowing the providence of this, they continued on their way, and eventually arriving back to Maham, they discovered that the courier had been from Zandal's father, and Zandal has been kicked out of his tower, all his stuff had to be moved, and he no longer has any money. So that was sad for him. But should have foreseen that when, dealing with a dad like that. But consequences. During the downtime of the next couple of days, the move from the tower was completed with help from various friends, NPCs, etc. Tahlia and Gunther went on their date on the Ferry of the Depths, giving a name to the ship as the Misadventure, and the spirit choosing the name Bosun. Then there was an attempted kidnapping on Vierna by agents of the hags, who are still believe she has the orb that she does not have. Upon foiling this kidnapping attempt and returning back to her rest, she was pulled into an interesting meeting with what turns out to be one of 3 of her patrons, as it turns out. She initially had assumed she only had the one, but as it turns out, she actually is linked to the whole ruling triumvirate of the Winter Court. And having already met Mother Night, she now met Lady Winter, who made her a deal in that she would get these hags of the Summer Court to leave Vienna alone if she would go and find an item called Winter's Moon. The next day, Tahlia, Zandal, Blossom, and Urt took Halise on a bit of a tour, taking her to Wilmer's and to Zeetzog's, and just buying a couple of magic items and a couple of bits here and there. As they were leaving Zeetzog's, Tahlia felt something be put into her pocket. and upon extracting it, she found a note written in thieves' cant inviting her and the rest of the members of Armatae to a meal with the drills of the underground that evening in Grimhaven. They had to go and wait at the candle factory in Grimhaven to be picked up. And that is where we left off last time. So, what would you all like to do?
I'm gonna have to inform them of the note. Because I was in the middle of going, hey guys, when we ended the episode last. So, hey guys!
A straight continue on. Yes, yes, Talia.
So I just got a letter delivered just now. You guys need to be more perceptive.
Sorry,
We've
slightly
been invited to
distracted.
dinner with the underground. I'm assuming because of that little scuffle we had with them defending the tower. Might be wise for us to at least listen to what they have to say, because then they might leave us alone and stop sending children to spy on us.
I always like the underground. I have no problem with that.
Vienna, are you
I don't
there?
either, to be honest.
I am there. Yes.
She is
Yeah.
there,
Are
yes.
you?
Vienna was there.
Okay,
The
so
only
was
one
it just...
who hadn't gone with them was you, Val. You said you were going to go and look in Grimhaven
Okay, cool.
later in the day. And Fish
Did Ert
isn't
with
there
him?
either. Ert came with you guys because
Oh, she did, okay.
she wanted to see Wilma.
Right, we should probably inform Val. Although I wonder whether negotiations will be difficult with Val in the group, but he should be there. He is part of the group after all. I just hope he can listen to reason. Criminal elements are a necessary evil for any big city.
Wouldn't say Val's too harsh on criminalisation such. It's more the slavery side that he has issues with.
Well, I don't think they do that. But let's just hope it doesn't come up in conversation.
Yay.
I wonder what would be quicker to go and try and find him or get her to send him a message.
It depends what he's up to. Maybe send him a message.
Yes, I think that might be the best course of action.
Okay, I send Val message. Yeah.
Yes.
You watch as she goes through the correct casting procedure for the sending spell, and then goes, Val, we received invitation to dinner with criminals tonight
That's
in Grimhaven.
At least be interesting.
Will you meet us there, or want us to come to you?
I can...
reply to this message.
Okay.
You can reply to this message.
Yeah, Val, as you are sat in the jigging jester in your room, probably currently
I thought he'd gone
meditating.
to Grimhaven.
Yeah, I would have
He
already
said he
gone
was
to
gonna
Grimhaven by that.
meditate. Oh, you've already gone to Grimhaven earlier. The last time you said you were going to meditate and then go to Grimhaven later.
Yeah, what time of day would this be now?
By this point, it's probably about midday, so it's not quite. You said you were going to go in the afternoon, but if you wanted to go earlier, you could.
I will probably, at that point, be en route to Grimhaven.
Okay. So as you are walking through the streets, you just hear this voice in your head say these words.
Yeah. Already en route to Grimhaven. If unsuccessful, we'll meet you at Chicken Jester. If still looking, we'll meet you here. Or meet you there.
You all watch as sort of listens and then goes, he's already going to Grimhaven, so he's going to have a look around there. If he can't find what he wants, he'll come back to the Jester. If he finds what he wants, he'll just meet us in Grimhaven. Okay?
How will we know whether he was successful or not to know where we're meeting him?
If he doesn't turn up, we'll just meet
How
him there.
long should we wait in the Chicken Jester for him before we decide to meet him in Grimhaven? Perhaps we should wait a bit and then I send... I've got this stuff
I mean,
to
the
reason
message-
Queenie. I could send a note.
the message is your meal is not until later. It's like you've been at dinner. It's currently midday, so you've got a good 5 hours.
Yeah.
I just mean in the sense of we're meeting them and then we're just like, without Val being able to communicate with us, we're either going to the Jigger Jester or we're going to Grimhaven, and we don't know whether he's successful or not.
No, he's going to meet us there, like at the thieves' entrance.
He literally said, "I'll meet you at the Jigging Jester if I don't find what I'm looking for. But if he finds what you're looking for, he'll meet us at Grimhaven." I'm like, well, how do we know whether he's been successful or not?
As in, I may still be looking around Grimhaven if I've found a thread of what's going on. If I haven't, I will go back to the Jigging Jester upset within like 45 minutes to an hour, having been unsuccessful.
Oh, right, okay.
So if he's
gonna
not
say,
back
'cause
in
I'm like,
like
we
an
can't
hour,
communicate.
yeah.
Oh, wait, we should have sent him with the bloody... We got those stones.
Yeah.
I forget that we have those stones. We could have just... Who has the stones right now?
The Rocky
Is it-
Talkies, yeah?
I think
Yeah, the
Yeah,
Rocky
I
Talkies.
do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think I've got one as well.
Yeah, I think
Right,
I've got one
okay.
and Blossom's got one.
We need to remember when we're splitting up, like one person's leaving the group, that one of them
Yeah.
takes a Rocky Talkie with them. Would make
Did
it
we
easier.
actually decide to call them that?
I think we should call them the Rocky Talkie. I mean, I think that's going to stick now.
Yeah, Rocky Talkies.
Yep. Rocky Talkies. That's now a thing. Okay.
Rocky Talkies.
So the main group are heading back to the Jester. Yes.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yes.
Okay.
I got some cosmetic stuff to do to Hilly's.
Okay. So you guys make your way back to the Jester. Helise currently still like playing with her new magic ring that she's already used the charge for today, but she's still thinking it's the best thing in the world. You guys get back to the Jester, and as you enter, you can see sat at the bar, Fish is sat there, currently just having a morning drink. Rook just occasionally refilling her glass.
Ah, Fish.
Hi, guys.
Your shell today.
Hello, no, I'm having a really well-earned drink after the nightmare of life.
Ah. Right.
Nightmare of life.
What have you been doing, girl?
It's not that
Oh, this
bad,
and
Fish.
that, here and there.
Well,
Vierna kind of
Don't
tilts her
do
head
that.
over to Tierna and says, if her life's that bad, what are we going through?
wait. You tilt your head to yourself?
To you. Sorry.
Oh, it sounded like you said you tilted your head to Vierna. I'm like, I'm not Vierna.
Tahlia.
I heard Tierna, which is now the ship that I've got in my head.
Yes. I'm all for this shit. This sounds fun. Let's go.
I am so glad we've left off where we've started, guys. The chaos that is us and life.
Well, I'm shipping that now. I'm like, I'm sorry.
So Fish goes, "What's up? What's been happening? Fill me in."
Oh,
So-
we're going out to dinner to meet the underground later. That should be fun. They're criminals.
Ooh, what we're having for food?
I have no idea. Hopefully not poison.
Well, okay, I get the fact that they're criminals. That's fine. But the important thing is dinner. I'm only coming if it's good menu.
Well, I would
Probably not.
imagine if they don't,
Uh,
they'll want to make good
Tahlia.
impressions.
Talia, roll me a history check.
A history check.
Yeah,
Okay.
you would have a little bit of information on this being slightly criminally.
That one.
That
You started
one.
the day
No
wrong.
idea.
You started the day well.
First roll of the session.
You
I
got
don't
no
know
idea what
shit.
they might serve for dinner.
I don't know. Probably barbecued rat or something.
Surf and turf.
I'd hope. Since half of it's probably stolen, it's probably good.
Possibly. Right. Has
By
anyone
this
seen
point,
Elise?
Sandal's already wandered off upstairs. He's heading towards the training room.
Okay.
We calling this
Right.
the training room with inverted commas now?
Well, it's kind of his area of
Sexy time
well
room.
now, isn't it? No.
No, the actual training room.
Oh, okay.
Has anyone seen Helly's?
Helise is with you. Like
Oh,
she's
She's
just
Helise.
Followed
like
us. Yeah.
come
yeah,
with me, darling. We have stuff to do.
okay. Yeah.
I'm gonna take her upstairs to my room.
Okay. Right. In the meantime, we're gonna cross over to Val. So, Val,
Yep.
You're making your way through the
Making my
town,
way
heading.
downtown.
Yes, and you enter through the gates from the Gateway District down into Grimhaven. What would you
Cool.
like to do?
I'm gonna see from the descriptions that was given to me. Would I know roughly where in Grimhaven these murders were being committed, or
From the descriptions you were given, no, but you get the feeling if you probably went and asked Father Nicholas, he could probably direct you to the correct locations.
okay? What I'll probably do then is first go to Father Nicholas and get that information,
Okay.
and begin investigating or seeing if I can pick up on clues around the area of each one of these crimes.
All right. Okay. So you head off to the almshouse, getting there, and you see again it's the usual. It's midday, so again there's a little soup line set up. Some of the monks there serving out soup and bread to people, along with you can see there is another station that is still serving rice. So your donation is still reaping rewards for the poor in this area.
Rice for
Um,
everybody.
Yep. You see, Father Nicholas is
Very
in
nice.
the garden attached to the side of the almshouse, currently working on some of the vegetables planted there.
Okay. I go up to him.
Okay. He sort of sees your shadow coming and sort of gets up and turns and goes, "Ah, Valdizian, how can I help you?"
I'm after what has been going on in Grimhaven. I'm just going to come down and see if I can find out any more information that could help to solve who's committing these murders. Do you know exactly where everything's been going on? And also, if you know anybody that was there at the time, that might help point me towards somebody that could give me, any scrap of information that could lead me on a trail.
I see. Well, the the thief who was killed was found outside one of the larger warehouses down on the docks. He was obviously trying to break in and steal something from in there. I can't say for certain what. Not really my business. But if you go down there, I'm sure they'll be able to, or probably still be fairly visible. As for the gentleman who was trying to force himself on a young lady, that was in one of the alleys, and he sort of gives you a couple of directions to follow. The young lady herself is still under guard. She doesn't feel safe to leave her home just yet, so the town guard are keeping her not under house arrest as such, but you see what
Under
I mean.
guarded
Her own-
protection.
Yes, exactly.
Would I recognise the directions for the second incident? Were they linked to, or in roughly the area that I came across the bone claw at all?
No,
No.
completely different section of the city.
Okay. What Val's gonna do is write a letter, or spend some time writing a little letter, just trying to reach out to the girl that was attacked, and seeing if she would happily meet with me and discuss what's happening. I don't want to just go up to the door as a hulking great dragonborn and start demanding to see her, and hopefully Father Nicholas would be able to pass that letter on.
Yep. So Father Nicholas takes you inside and lets you use his personal study
Yep.
in the almshouse itself, which is it's a for someone who runs an almshouse and who is a member of the cult of Triferian, it is a very severe, simple room. He has a simple bedroll on the floor, a single desk with just utilitarian parchment, ink, quill. That's it. There's a couple of like religious books, and you can see some ledgers that are maybe for accounting. But other than that, there's no personal effects in here whatsoever. This is very much he has given his life to this place, and he doesn't need anything else. Is the sense you get about this man from the room he lives in.
Okay.
But he lets you use some of his parchment and some of his ink to write the letter, and he goes, very well, I will see if I can get someone to take that for you.
Perfect. And I will, in the meantime, go down and see if I can get in contact with some of the warehouse workers and find out what this thief might have been after in the warehouse, whether that's potentially linked to everything that's gone on.
Go ahead and roll me an investigation check, please.
Yeah. 16.
So making your way down to the warehouse district, you, after a little while and a couple of minor inquiries with a couple of people, you get pointed into the correct direction for the correct warehouse. Coming upon the warehouse, you can see that there is an area that is not so much cordoned off, but though there's like this warehouse is busy and there are workers all around it, they're all avoiding this one certain bit, and you get the feeling, yeah, that's probably where the body was found.
Okay. Well,
But there are numerous workers. The doors to the warehouse are now open, and you can see people coming in and out carrying crates and bags and all sorts.
is there a sign on the warehouse that would suggest the type of materials that would be stored inside, or is it just a plain? Okay.
It's just a plain warehouse.
And the boxes that are coming in and out, they're not stamped, or they're not like, are they sealed? There's not stuff coming overflowing.
Make me a perception check.
Okay. Nope.
With that 7, you can see some of the boxes and bags do have like something written on them, but you're not like the people's hands are in the way, or you're just not close enough to get a proper look at them from this distance.
Okay. So my first instinct is to go up and have a look at the area that's cordoned off.
Again, it's not cordoned off.
Okay, but
Like you can see, like there is a vague imprint in the mud, and there is a couple of like dark red splotches that are probably coagulated blood. But the body's been removed, all the evidence has been removed, but all the workers are just avoiding this specific area. They don't want to walk through this. They're basically just going, I know a man died there. I am not being the first to walk over that spot, sort of thing.
okay. And what is the area like? Is it there's a warehouse and it's a large open space, or is it a warehouse as part of a number of warehouses and there's loads of alleyways?
So this area is down towards the Grimhaven docks.
Okay.
So this area, it's quite a wide street, but you're in front of a warehouse. Across the street is the back of another warehouse. Along another warehouse. It's just a street of warehouses.
Yeah.
Like a lot of what these warehouses are here for is storage from like one ship to then be put onto another a couple of days later.
Okay.
What this specific warehouse is for, you're not certain.
And who's milling around in front of the warehouse? Who stands out to me?
Glancing across and just sort of having a look, you can see that there is a group of about 3 middle-aged human males currently stood, having like swigging from a couple of like skins. You don't know whether it's water or wine, and chewing on a bit of bread. They look like they may be on a break currently.
Okay, and you said there are workers walking in and out as well.
Yes, there are workers. Like there's a wagon out the front, and you can see workers coming out and putting stuff on this wagon.
Okay, I'll go up to one of the workers first.
Okay, you walk up to one of the workers. It's another human male. This one's a little bit older, probably early 50s. Well built, but slightly going to seed. Bit round the middle now. A little bit of a receding hairline. Dark black hair, but with long flecks of grey going through it, and a little bit of scraggly beard. He just sort of turns and looks at you and goes, "All right, can I help you?"
Afternoon. You don't happen to know much about what happened here, or
Some thief copped it. from what
Okay.
I heard, trying to break in, and he got done.
That's fair. That's kind of the same information that I've got. What? Sorry, I don't know this area very well. What kind of materials do you store in the warehouse? What would the thief potentially been after? Is it?
So our warehouse. Our warehouse is raw material storage, and he opens up the crate he's carrying, and you see inside it is just a crate full of coal.
Okay.
He goes, we store things waiting to be processed. So coal, ores, wood, sometimes food. Depends on what the boss says to store, really.
And if it was one guy that was coming in and breaking in, and I mean you seem quite a strong guy yourself carrying these boxes, what kind of value could one guy get away with if he was just working on his own? What?
I mean, are you a member of the guard or something?
I'm trying to find out. I mean, there could be a couple of things that are linked and going on in Grimhaven, and I'm just trying to help out as much as I can, ask some questions where, not everybody wants to talk to a guard, do they?
Go ahead and roll me a persuasion check.
Okay. 12.
Okay. So he sort of looks at you and sort of goes, well, maybe could have got away with a sack of ore. That's probably about it.
Okay. What would the most valuable ore be that he would have... I'm just trying to work out, if there was somebody that was specifically targeting, high value ore or a specific type of ore for a purpose, or,
Only ore we've got in there at the moment is iron and coal, currently.
Oh. I appreciate you chatting with me and let me know and answering some of my questions. Do you want a hand with anything? Do you want,
Nah, it's fine. And he just starts walking again with this box of coal and just taking it to the wagon.
That's fair. I'll go over to the guys that are on their break.
Mm-hmm. They sort of look at you, and one of them just sort of takes a swig out of his skin and goes, right, can we help you? I mean, you're just talking to Igor over there.
Yeah, I'm just trying to piece together, anything that happened with that thief. Val's gonna, rummage through his bag, and he's gonna grab one of the nice bottles of, I think it was whiskey that he picked up from, I can't remember the name of the guy. We bought loads of booze from him, and then made a connection with...
Yes. Zemna. No, not Zemnas. I know who you mean. I
Yeah.
can't remember his name off the top of my head at the moment, though.
I'm going to grab one of the bottles that Val bought, and just, open it up and just pass it to them to lubricate the conversation, as it were.
They see you take out the bottle and watch as you sort of hand it over to them, and they go, all right. And they take it, and they each take a swig and go, oh, that's good stuff. All right, you're not so bad for a lizard. I mean,
I try.
What do you want to know?
At the moment, I'm just trying to find out anything that hasn't been told as the regular story. There is a thief. The thief has got what he would deserved. That's basically the message that I'm hearing. But I don't know why the thief might have been targeting this warehouse. I don't know, anything about the thief. I don't know if you guys probably don't know anything, but if any of you are around, or, if there's any other pieces of information that I can grab that might help me find out what's happened and who, he got what he got, but what's to say that this person doesn't go and kill somebody else that isn't a thief? I'm just trying to work out and get this person behind bars.
Roll a persuasion check with advantage because of the bottle of alcohol.
Okay. Ooh. Good thing I got that. Even that shit.
They sort of, you watch as they sort of look at each other and just sort of go, look, mate. I can't really tell you much more than what anyone else has told you. Same for these two. Guy got what was coming to him. He tried to break in somewhere and obviously got found out.
That's fair. And I appreciate your time, guys. If you do... I know it's a bit of an ask, but if you do see anything out of ordinary in these parts, or, you know, if there's something that you're a bit concerned about but don't want to race to the guards, do you mind popping up to the Jig and Jester and just giving potentially me or somebody in the Jig and Jester a heads up? The message will get back to one of us and we can look into it.
We'll think about it.
You can keep that bottle, by the way.
I wasn't really planning on giving it back, but fair enough.
Anyway, guys, I hope you have a great day at work, and Val turns around to head off.
Okay. Make me a perception check. Val.
Okay. Fucking hell. What is wrong with my rolls today?
I mean, I've cursed us all with that nat 1 at the start, clearly.
Yeah,
Oh,
obviously.
dear.
You, as you turn and start moving away, you think you hear a sound nearby.
Okay.
In one of the alleys down the sides of one of the warehouses, but when you turn to look, there's nothing there. It must have just been a rat.
Okie doke. Well, because my investigation's gone so poorly, Val's going to head back towards the Jigging Jester.
Okay.
But I'm going to take... potentially... if there's any route through Grimhaven that picks off areas that Val hasn't seen before, or if there's any... Because he doesn't know the warehouse district. He's just going to take, like, the scenic route through Grimhaven to head back, just so that he can orientate himself with the area. And then, yeah, just head back to the Jester.
Okay. So, weaving your way in and around Grimhaven, you see various different areas. Moving through the warehouse district, you can see, like I say, most of the warehouses are just plain. You can see people bringing stuff in and out, and you can see that there's certain ones that specialize. So you see you walk past one that is just like they're just bringing out log after log of timber to be taken away and processed. You see another one where it's just like it's an animal warehouse, and they're being like herded out and headed towards an area that you know is the slaughterhouse. Moving through, there's a couple of see at the very end of this area there is a large factory with smoke coming out of the stacks. But that's the only thing of interest down here. Weaving your way back through sort of the slums, you can see again, with Barras having taken over, things have improved. Some of the buildings are starting to get like improvements put on them, better building material, licks of paint here and there. It's never going to be at the same level as even the Gateway District, but it is the standard of life here is improving. But there
That's
is
good.
still a lot of poverty. There's still a lot of beggars on street corners. You walk through one area and you start to walk into one area and immediately are tempted to turn around again because you realize you have walked into what is effectively a red light district.
Fair enough.
But you manage to sort of skirt your way around that, and eventually come back to the Gateway District, making
Cool.
your way back through there and back up to the Jigging Jester.
And yeah, go into the Jig and Jester and probably ask Rook for a drink and sit down at the table if the others haven't already got back there.
Okay. So the others are mostly still there. But obviously you can still see the only ones who were, I'm assuming, staying down at the bar would have been Vierna, Blossom, and Fish, and Ert. Tahlia is missing along with Zandal.
Cool. Just going to grab a drink and sit down next to them.
Okay. Rook just goes, "What?" Okay, and just puts down a tankard of ale.
Yeah, it's kind of like staring into like the bottom of her glass, but without looking up, she just sort of says to Val, not a successful mission then."
Sadly not. As you can imagine, you know, these things happen normally when people aren't around, so it's not a huge amount that you can glean from chatting to people, and all the evidence is gone. So I've sent a letter to the girl that was attacked. I didn't want to just turn up on her door. I didn't think that was appropriate, so I'll see if I can get some information from her. But yeah, it's a bit of a dead end at the moment. He takes a big gulp from his glass.
Sometimes it takes more than one attack to find a similarity.
Yeah. It's just sad that it happens in the poorest part of town.
Unfortunately, it's the way.
So what's with this meal? Do I have to dress up or something? Or is it, or dress down? Do I have to wear all black or something, considering it's the underground?
Truth be told, Tahlia hasn't actually mentioned that. I just turn up with whatever I feel like, but she didn't say. I don't know if it's a dress up or a dress down occasion.
Fair?
We haven't even worked out what we're going to eat.
Well, I hope it's actually edible.
I'm assuming if it's stolen goods, I'm sure it's not going to be too bad.
Well, that thief was trying to steal coal, the one that got done in, so as long as it's a step up from eating a brick of coal, I'll be happy.
Okay. In the meantime, Xandal, what have you been doing in the training room?
So I've gotten Haga to move one of the training dummies more central.
Yep.
And considering it's a little bit bigger than I'm used to, I'm getting used to the hammer.
Okay. Fair enough.
So, yeah, I'm going to use the hammer on the training dummies.
Okay. So go ahead and roll me an attack roll then.
Okay. I haven't named it yet. Let's just...
My smashy thing.
Yep, that definitely hits.
And oh, I don't know whether it counts as dark or light.
It is currently light in here as there are torches lit.
Okay.
So there is a light.
So that is an extra radiant damage as the hammer focuses the absorbed light and the head glows brightly.
Yep. So as you swing the hammer, you watch as like the light from the torches almost seems to get absorbed into the crystal, and the flat, polished head of the hammer just starts glowing with this bright white light. And as you hit, you just hear this almost hiss as it smacks into the training dummy, and as you pull it back, there's just like this branded mark on the training dummy.
That was interesting. Alright, apparently it has multiple effects. Let's try this again.
Okay. Go ahead and roll to attack again. Yep, that still hits. It's a training dummy. It's not got a high AT.
Again.
Again.
Rolling that one.
As you swing again, exactly the same effect happens. Just the light gets absorbed and this bright, shining light goes off.
Training dummy's a mimic.
Yeah. But yeah, essentially, he's just going to carry on like that for a short while until he gets used to the sort of like the weight of the hammer and.
Yeah, I would say probably if you spend a good 10 minutes or so, swinging the hammer, you would discover all the different effects that the hammer is capable of.
Okay.
I will allow you to just have that as a bit of a training montage and won't make you make the correct saves. But by the end of it, the training dummy is in pieces on the floor and is burning slightly because of the certain different effects of the light effect.
Yeah, that's going to be entertaining.
Yep. If you want to test out the darkness effects, you're going to have to snuff the torches.
Oh, I will do that as well.
Okay. As you snuff the torches and look down, you can see that the hammer is now glowing with a soft inner green light. It is enough to just cast dim light in about a 10-foot radius around you.
Nice.
So go ahead and roll again against the dummy. This time, I'm
Yeah.
assuming a new dummy. Hager just sort of
Yeah.
sweeps the remains of the old one away, brings out a new one, and puts it down.
Yep. So that's the damage. And another d6. Ooh, a 2 this time.
Okay. This time,
Uh,
as you look, you see that the green glow gains like this black inner core to it, and suddenly everything around you feels heavier. And you feel fine, but you look at Hager and you see that Hager is like struggling to sort of stay upright. But that's all you can gather from that.
ooh. And one more because of the extra attack feat.
Yep.
Not feat, feature.
Yes. Yep, definitely hits.
BS that you're rolling that high consistently.
Okay.
I know.
As you swing this time, you watch as that black core reappears, but this time black shadowy tendrils shoot out of the crystal's polished head and wrap around the training dummy and squeeze, and you hear the wood and the straw creaking as these tendrils just hold it in place. After about 6 seconds, they do vanish, just dissipating into sort of like a wispy black smoke.
This hammer is pretty damn cool.
I think we have a replacement Balasar.
Maybe.
But yes, again, another 10 minutes training in the dim room does give you a knowledge of what each of the effects are.
Yeah.
We'll leave those up to when the next combat happens for people to start finding out.
Yes.
Vierna walked past at some point. You owe me some new training dummies.
I could probably make you better ones.
Yeah, that's fair. And she carries on walking.
Okay. And now we'll move to Tahlia and Helise. Tahlia, you've taken Helise to your room.
Right. What do you think is an important skill for a rogue to have?
Stealth.
Right, that's a given. Again.
Subtlety.
Getting close.
Being able to deceive.
Meh.
Being able to go unseen.
Oh, a little bit cold there.
To blend in?
Close enough. You need to be able to change your appearance very quickly. And also, I think it would be a good idea to, what's the word? Sour the milk a little bit for your dad. Make you, less appealing to the snotty nobles he's trying to marry you off to,
How would we do that?
Well, first, we're going to cut your hair.
She sort of grabs at her sort of
Nothing
golden
too
tresses.
savage. Nothing too savage, darling. You'll get to keep the color. Mostly.
Right.
But your hair is too long. It's too noticeable. Not to mention, as a rogue, you don't want your hair to be too long or you'll catch it into things. Kind of ruin stealth if you catch your hair on a fence and then get stuck. Right, so, how short are you willing to go? You don't have to shave your head on panic.
Maybe to about my shoulders?
How about we compromise? Bit shorter at the back, but you can have some longer parts at the front to your shoulders,
Okay.
Right, now, sit down.
She does.
And then she's gonna, like, delicately with one of her daggers cut her hair. They're very sharp, so...
Yeah.
I'm not rolling
It's a bit rough and ready.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's a
obviously,
dagger. It's a dagger cut. It's not going to be
Yeah.
perfect, but
it's going to need maybe a bit of touching up by a professional at
yes.
some point, but it certainly changed her appearance enough for a start.
Right. And perhaps a bit of makeup. A
Uh,
dark kohl around my eyes, but a dark color might help.
okay.
So
With
she'll
you,
like smear a bit of kohl around her eyes, I think.
Yep. She sort of winces as a little bit gets in her eye, but she gamely stays through it.
I'm assuming you're probably not going to want a scar. Too far?
Not self-given. If I get one, then great, but otherwise, no.
Enough. I mean, my eye one isn't self-given. I earned it, so
Exactly. If I have scars, I want to have earned them.
okay. Obviously, now you got shorter hair, you can. A clever trick if you're on the run. If you've got light-colored hair, like I do, best thing to do: find a muddy pit, smear it in your hair, and it'll darken it. Makes it easier to hide in the shadows.
As you've been talking, you sort of look and you suddenly realize she's gotten a notebook out from somewhere and like a stub of like pencil, and is quickly taking notes.
I suppose writing it down helps. You should do so. Right, now, these are the only free lessons I'm giving you. The
Right.
rest you'll earn in the morning, okay?
Okay.
I hope you're prepared to get up before dawn.
You watch as she pales a little bit, but after a second, she just gives a firm nod.
I'm going to train you exactly how Maverick trained me.
Who's
It's not
Maverick?
going to be fun. Are you sure you want to go through with this? I say this
yes,
after I've cut your hair.
yes, but who's Maverick?
Maverick is my, I've always called him my stepfather, but technically he isn't, because he never had a relationship with my mother. But he raised me after my mother was slain by gnolls. We won't go into conversation. I don't wish to relive it. But yes,
Right.
he trained me. So,
All
and
right.
he's a abrasive fellow. He's got a soft heart hidden in there somewhere. I've yet to find it, but he's a good man.
Okay.
So
Right.
that'll do for now. We don't want to give your brother a panic attack looking at you. He's probably going to try and kill me for cutting your hair, but it's for the better good.
Yes.
Should we go and show off your new look?
Yeah.
Alrighty, come on. I
Okay,
will go and
as
see
you two-
Zandal.
Yep, you two leave the room and you head upstairs to the training room. Xandal, as you are just sort of finishing up and sort of putting the hammer to one side, you watch as Halise jumps out from around the corner and goes, "Ha ha!" with her new, much shorter haircut.
Xandal just kind of stands there, taking a moment to process it. It suits you.
Talia's like leaning against the door, frowning with a grin. You're taking this better than I thought you would.
Yeah.
I thought you'd be like, no, what have you done to my sister's beautiful hair?
It's her hair. She can do what she wants with it.
Good.
She's not bound by noble blood anymore.
For now. You know he's going to come for her eventually.
He can try.
Wait, do I know
Before
this?
you,
This?
before you can
Just
finish,
before I'm just doing this. Wait, that's not.
before you can finish that, he can try Xandal. You just get hit by a moving missile as she just tackles you and hugs you so tightly.
He sort of like just hugs her back. You know, his social awkwardness is just purely evident, but it's sort of like it shows that he does sort of like care, and he is still affectionate towards his sister and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So
You get the feeling like this response is from the fact that you said it's her hair, she can do what she wants with it,
yeah,
which is you suddenly realize your sister would never have had the choice before.
no,
Everything would have been dictated by your father, like what she could wear, what hairstyle she was to have, what she could learn, what she could do, to suddenly be told, like, well, I've got no say on that, like, that's her hair, is a little overwhelming for her after
Yeah.
17 years of, you must do this, you must do that, this is what you can wear, this is what you can't.
Yeah, sort of like just for like the first time ever, a genuine sort of like smile just appears on like Xandel's face as he just sort of like pats her on the back and then just sort of like, there.
She sniffles a bit and then pulls away and just punches you in the arm and just goes, don't get used to it, and then quickly turns and runs out the room.
Tsundere,
Has to
everybody! She's a
ruin it.
tsundere!
She just has to ruin everything.
I mean, that's what siblings do, right?
Aye.
I think we should probably change her wardrobe a little bit. She can't just wear the
Yeah.
same outfit all the time.
Well, once I've completed my next job, then I will ensure that she has everything she needs.
Just think a nice leather set would probably do her good. Medium. Don't go any higher than... preferably light armor. If she wants to be a rogue, she needs to be quiet.
Of course.
Don't worry, I will train her well.
Of course. Just don't teach her how to use levers.
What?
You can almost see like just a slight smirk as Xandel's forever telling you off for touching buttons and levers.
Oh, that leather.
And
Sorry, I thought you meant the material.
no, like levers.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. And he goes back to sort of like helping Haggard clean up the training dummies.
It's like, what is he buying? Leathers? What?
Oh, lever, damn cold.
So, you guys have a bit of time to yourself in the Jester, just sort of relaxing, but it eventually comes round to about 4 o'clock, and you know you need to get ready and head into Grimhaven if you're going to get there on time for this meeting.
I'll gather everyone up. Right, we were ready for this.
How far is the range on the snake?
The snake, it's only about probably a 50-foot by 50-foot patrol area. It's not
Okay.
massive.
Never mind.
Right, well, we're going as we are. Weapons. I don't know if this is going to go south. I'm hoping there's going to be a diplomatic solution. Clearly it was just a little misunderstanding. I'm hoping we can convince them to leave us alone if we leave them alone, as long as they don't do anything too abhorrent. Obviously, if they do slavery, then we will have to get involved, but I don't think that's their ball, really.
We'll find out until we get there, but
So, yes, I suppose so, yes. Try not to do anything too untoward. They don't invite people very often, I don't think, so.
Vierna's kind of just looking at you as if to say, she's telling me to not to do something untoward. What is this untoward?
No, like trying to be sneaky, don't try and steal anything, don't be rude, I guess.
Val just
Yes,
looks
that would
up
be
as
all.
he is literally got a stack of leaflets and flyers that he's just been spent the
No,
afternoon writing,
Val,
and he's trying to hide
no,
like.
no. Val, put them in the fire now. You're not giving them leaflets to Triferion. You're not going to convert them.
Why not?
Not with a leaflet. They'll just burn it or use it as toilet paper.
I mean, at least they would have to look at it.
I mean, I don't tend to look at any of paper I'm wiping my butt with.
Do you not look at the ones with the little dogs on the paper?
No, I wipe my... I do my business and I leave. I don't look at it. That's weird.
Val just looks really sad and literally starts going through his bag, piling out the flyers that he's just been stacking in.
Val, maybe just don't talk, yeah? Unless they speak to you, of course.
Val just gives a silent stare.
Oh, we can talk about it afterwards. Come on, let's go. We're going to be late. Let's not be late and keep them waiting. That won't put us on a good negotiating table.
Vierna looks at Val and goes, "Oh, that's what she meant by rude."
Okay.
Val sniggers.
So you guys make your way out of the Jigging Jester and into the late evening, making your way down through the Gateway District, down to Grimhaven, and eventually being led to that large factory that you had seen earlier in the day, Val, which now that you are closer you can see is a candle factory.
We left Helise behind, obviously. Just
Yes.
clarifying.
Yeah. Helise
Left her with
has
Rook.
been left behind. Yeah, Rook is currently playing not so much, nursemaid, but is just keeping her entertained.
Playing beer pong with her.
But yes, so you guys arrive at the outside of the candle factory. You can see the smoke is still rising from within, and you can see that there is, obviously, it's still churning out candles as you watch. As you stand and wait, well, what are you guys doing? Are you standing and waiting outside? Are you going to try knocking on the door?
Did they give instructions?
I'll knock on the door, hello, but Morse code thieves can't.
Okay. You watch as like a little eye slot gets pulled open and someone looks out at you and goes, "Invitation."
They'll just hand him the slip of paper.
The slip is taken, and then you hear a number of bolts being drawn back and like pulled, and then the door opens. You can see stood on the side. It's a younger human, couple of here and there, dressed in black leathers, and he just sort of goes, "Come in."
Your best behavior, everyone. And we'll go in.
Okay. As you guys step inside, you can see that this factory is busy and at work. You can see people like moving along conveyor belts, checking candles, dipping wicks into vats of hot wax and drawing out candles. You can see them making just plain tallow white candles, which are obviously just for general everyday use. You can see further on there's a section that's making like big proper nice candles for the temples. You can see basically if there's a type of candle, it's being made in here. But rather than being led onto the actual factory floor, the person guiding you just immediately turns off down a small side corridor and opens the door into a small office, and he goes, "In."
Enough? We'll follow.
When you get as you all follow, he says, "When you get to the bottom, don't try and look around." And he closes the door.
God,
And then
that's
the
like
room
asking me to look.
the room you're in gives a judder and begins to lower down with the rattling of chains and the clanking of wheels. You feel yourself slowly going down and down, and you watch as the wooden walls of the office disappear, and now it's just roughly hewn rock that you're seeing.
At
Go
that
down
point,
and-
Vierna takes her hood off for a second and just goes, "Ah, this is nice."
It's nice. Do you not hear that eerie music?
No, this is fine.
You go down 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet, 40 feet, 80 feet. And the thing you are in finally judders to a stop at 100 feet below the surface. Ahead of you, you can see the beginnings of a tunnel before it is just pitch black. And when I say pitch black, Vierna, even your dark vision doesn't go through this darkness.
Ooh.
get the feeling this is magical darkness as you watch as a small Kenku steps out of it wearing a pair of like miner's goggles and sort of looks you all over and goes, guests?
Yes.
And you watch as he gets out a like long length of rope and just like mimics like tying yourselves together.
Fair enough. I'll tie it around each one's wrists, like by feel, but I'm gonna do it loosely.
He takes the lead of the rope and just goes, follow, and starts walking into the tunnel.
Vierna kind of shouts back to everyone, hope no one dressed up for this.
They wouldn't see us. Not in this house. I'm assuming we'll be able to see soon enough.
You guys walk through pitch black. You have no idea where you're going, no idea what your surroundings are like. You strain your ears, but all you can hear is the sounds of your own feet on the loose stone beneath you, the sighing of wind through whatever network of tunnels these are, and just the distant dripping of water. After maybe
yes.
Slouches.
They expect us to not look around. I mean,
Ah, what do we?
exactly.
I think he just means so we don't get lost in the darkness.
you hear the Kenku from in front of you croak and say, means magic. No, dispel. No, try.
Oh, okay.
we're going to dinner with the underground. We're not going to waste spell slots. Jesus. We're not stupid.
You just, the Kenku just, like, in the darkness, you just hear, and that's it. It just keeps
Like this
walking.
gecko, he has a sense of humor.
After about 20 minutes of walking, you eventually feel like the pulling on the rope stop.
Are we there yet?
And you watch as in front of you, you seem to almost step out of this veil of darkness, and you can now see right in front of you a pair of beautiful double doors made out of mahogany. Beautifully carved, lovely looking doors.
Very nice.
The Kenku sort of like retrieves the rope and just steps back into the darkness and just again is gone.
Let me guess, Alice in Wonderland's going to appear next.
That's a
Yes.
strange
Oh, yeah,
voice.
sorry. I forgot to mention, because you were talking, Mick's in charge of the moment. He's got to go give him up
Oh.
meds.
Right, okay.
That's, yeah, it's not just some random person's just appeared in our
Right,
Discord.
okay.
Sorry.
Okay. I was just like, what? Hey?
Who's this?
Who's
Sorry.
that?
Yeah.
But yes, so you are currently stood in front of this pair of double doors. What would you all like to do?
Push the doors open.
Okay. As you push the doors open and look inside, you immediately hear music. And within is a beautifully appointed banquet hall. There's a glass chandelier hanging from the roof. You see this long, beautiful table set with enough seats for all of you, along with 3 extra at the other end. And the table is filled with wonderful looking food. You can smell it from here. It smells amazing. You can see whole roast pig, what looks like steaks, tureens of roasted vegetables. There's gravy. Pretty much, it's a spread fit for a noble set out on this table.
With that, Vierna kind of leans to Tahlia again and goes, told you, stolen food's good food.
It's not my worry. She's just gonna like kick the chair and like poke the cutlery with a knife. I don't want to get tried to be eaten by a mimic again. That was not fun.
I mean, to be fair, the food
Fish
could be a
wants-
mimic.
Huh?
Fish wants wine.
Patience,
Uh,
darling.
There is indeed wine on the table. But
I don't
I-
imagine it's a trap.
so currently
Yeah.
you
I
guys
would
are
imagine it would probably be better to wait for our hosts before we sit down.
as you sort of say
If
that.
you want to, and Talia's just gonna sit down and put her feet on the table.
Okay, you sit down and put your feet on the table. The chair is fine. The table is fine, from what you can tell.
Yeah, let's start. Let's not waste this good food and drink.
I am not going to eat anything. I'm just sitting down. I'm not standing. I don't know how long they're going to be.
As you actually say that, you see in the chairs at the other end that had previously been empty, well, what you had assumed were empty, there is actually a creature sat there. Looking
Right.
Sort of creature.
closer at it, it is a very odd looking creature. It is a small, round creature made like a mix of flesh and golden metal. It has these spindly little, almost mechanical arms and legs and a pair of mechanical wings coming out of its back. It has a single central green eye and a small mouth. And you can see it is sat there just like with a couple of stacks of gold in front of it, and it is just counting it.
Xandal,
Oh,
this
he's
isn't
just
one
gonna
of your
raise
creations.
an eyebrow.
Never made one of these before.
Okay.
Good evening.
It
Does
sort
it
of
talk?
glances at you, looks up, realizes that like sort of seems taken aback that you are all there, and just sort of puts its head onto one side and goes, "Ah, hello.
Hello.
This is unusual. You were early.
Well, I like to be punctual.
At least you were punctual, as you say. Yes, good, good, very good." At that point,
Gonna
you
be a
hear
hooker
like
now.
you hear like just some music start up. Ah, the others will be here shortly. My name is Alpha Centauri Eta, or Ace. I am the Golden Drill.
Interesting.
And you watch as he sort of like as he's talking to you, his hands never stop counting the gold. Like he's like talking to you, and one hand is like moving gold from pile to pile, the other is like scribbling with a quill in a ledger, and he's just doing it all at once.
Impressive.
Vierna now goes and sits down.
So at this point, you see another set of double doors behind where this little creature is sat opens, and strolling in is probably the biggest Goliath you have ever seen. This is an 8-foot tall, pale-skinned Goliath with long, dyed red dreadlocks that eventually form into a ponytail going down his back. He's wearing a simple, like, sort of leather, like, harness, like, vest with black leather pants going down to, like, very utilitarian boots. About the only thing that you can see that is odd about him is attached to his belt in an easy to reach place. You see the shine of diamonds as you see a pair of diamond knuckle dusters strapped to his side. And he comes in and goes, "Ah, they're already here, Ace." Yes, it would appear so. "Huh,
I'm assuming you're the diamond drill?
that's right. Poofy Swish Smasher. At your service."
What?
Val just turns to Vierna and just goes, "Now that's impressive."
Xandal feels very diminutive.
I think Talia's
what-
just gonna bite her lip to not laugh at the name.
Fish is
Yeah,
gonna
Vierna
say,
just
"Come
kinda
on, big boy, come and join me."
What's
He
gotten
sort of
into
looks at Fish and goes, I'd break you. And he just like then glances at you, Talia, and can see you biting your lip and just sneers before he sits down in one of the 3 seats and just like immediately grabs the suckling pig and just rips a leg off it and just starts chewing.
the gentleman?
Fish like.
After a couple of seconds, you watch as you do see another shape moving through those double doors. And as it clears the doors, it looks like Gunther.
I just sweat a little bit.
And it's got like the right swagger, the right movements. But then he opens his mouth. Oh, I see they're already here. This is awkward. And with that, you watch as Gunther's form ripples and changes. And after a few seconds, you're now looking at just a nondescript elf. Same clothing as Gunther was wearing, but just now a nondescript elf with sort of black hair tied up in a ponytail. And he goes, greetings. I am Ure, the Silver Drill.
Aren't
Where
you
is
naughty?
Gunther?
Gunther, I
Fish, be
believe, is
quiet.
probably
It's not
still back
Gunther.
at his
Anyone could tell.
establishment. And you watch as Ure takes the central seat of the 3 at the head of this table and goes, So, please, be seated and enjoy the meal. I believe we'll get to business afterwards, if that is all right with all of you.
By all means.
They're all just
And then
getting
Talia's just going to
awkward
stare
now.
at him while everyone else eats because she doesn't eat.
And as you do that, you see that none of these 3 are eating either. They're all just sat there. Yeah, the only one eating is Poofy. The other 2, neither of them eat. They just sort of sit and watch and just wait. But once you have all eaten your fill, you watch as from the shadows around the room, figures dressed in like complete black leather armor with hoods and face masks just appear and pick up the empty platters and plates and just take them away. Just again fading into the shadows.
Xandal
Now,
has been sat very formally this entire time. He is like really uncomfortable.
now, you watch as Ure sort of leans forward, and again his form ripples and shifts again, and now you're looking at Lady Naxter. I believe we have business to speak on.
And you need to wear Lady Naxter's face to do that? Or has Lady Naxter always been you? I'm curious.
You watch as he sort of looks at his hand and then goes, "Oh darn, I lost control of the shift again." And he shifts back into that elven form again and goes, "Sorry about that. Sometimes I can't control who I look like occasionally. It's a bit annoying, but
It's a nifty trick when it works, though.
Indeed, that is why I am the Silver Drill. Tell me, what do any of you know of our little group?"
Absolutely nothing.
Simple
Talia?
hierarchy?
Hmm.
It's a thieves guild, pretty much, but a bit more in depth.
Yeah,
Sneakier,
we're a
smarter.
bit more than a thieves guild. We are
I mean,
the
you can
underground.
interrupt me if you want.
Do bear in mind you are guests here.
You invite us.
Indeed. Because we have business to speak of. I'm merely trying to give you a foundation so that the business can transition smoothly. And at this, Ace goes, "Yes, smooth for business is always the best." And Poofy just goes, "It's not smooth, beat it smooth." Now, gentlemen. As I was saying, The underground is not so much just a thieves guild. We are the underground. We run most things that others would find unpalatable to be spoken of in polite society, but are always needed. I'm sure you, as a special operative of the Talon, would know this
Mhm.
best, Miss
Of
Tahlia.
course. Talon is very useful. And
Indeed.
so is the underground.
Exactly. But the underground is split into different levels, as you know. We have the tunnel rats, the diggers, the excavators, the architects, and then us, the drills at the top. And each of us has our own area of influence, if you will. I am the silver drill, as I said, but that is not just a title. That is my area of influence. I am in charge of deal making, talking with politicians, other underworld businesses, anything to do with people or diplomacy falls into my area of expertise. I deal with spying, information gathering. Unfortunately, on the side, I do have to run the brothels, and I have to also occasionally oversee some less salubrious products to grease wheels, but needs must, as the devil pleases, I believe the saying goes.
Essentially, you're the man with the silver tongue. Correct.
Exactly. I am also the man who you never know where I am or why I am there. And you watch as again his form shifts and changes, and Zandal, you're now looking at father sat there. Obviously, I can only change into people I've seen, and obviously there are limitations. I can't immediately sound like them. That takes a little bit of observation and a little bit of time. And obviously, as you can see, the clothes don't always come with it, but we have our resources.
Very unique skill.
Useful.
You're
Indeed.
definitely a people person then.
Indeed. Very much so. Or at least I like to think so. Unlike Poofy here. And at this, the Poofy leans forward and goes, "Yeah, I'm the diamond drill. That means I take care of anything that needs muscle and
Of
needs a bit of
course.
strength behind it. Robbery, extortion, protection rackets, and of course, dealing with competition and traitors."
Delightful job.
I like to think so. It
Take
helps
pride in the
keep
job.
it helps keep my hair in the right color.
Yeah, keeping your hair red's really hard. I feel you, man.
And with that,
It
Vierna
does.
turns to the gold drill and says, "So, your turn?"
Yes. My name is, as I said, Ace. I love gold. And as he says that, you watch as his like pupil dilate slightly,
Don't we
and
all?
you watch as he sort of like grabs a fistful of the gold and the ledger and goes, "I am in charge of finances. I organize it, collect it, grow it. I invest. I open and control business. I control the budgets for the other sections. I run the gambling dens, the loan sharks, the black market auctions. Anything to deal with plain monetary value is my purview."
In that case, I may have to talk to you at some point.
Oh,
Yes,
interesting.
for
Not
business, of course.
not the reason we called you here, but still potentially profitable. And he watches, he quirks a smile, and it's very odd on this weird creature's face. But you watch as Ure sort of takes control of the conversation again and goes, "Indeed. So, about why we called you here."
Assuming it's about the little chat we had with some rats outside of Zandel's house. Regrettably isn't his anymore, but we won't go into that.
Yes, we've heard about Zandel's recent problems. That may come up in our conversation. We'll see. But yes, it is to do with we believe we may have stepped on each other's toes slightly.
A little bit,
And
yes.
indeed, we don't want any unnecessary friction.
Neither
Yes,
do we.
however, we would still like to open communications, an accord, if you will. Perhaps come to some agreement. Armatae has done us a great boon in getting rid of the Faceless. It was hard to do business with such a unilaterally minded group in charge of the city.
You're welcome.
But obviously, all debts must balance. Obviously, we believe we could be business partners, as I said. We are interested in young Zandel's inventions and seeing what profitability they may have, not just for us, but obviously for others as well. We could act as middlemen, taking a percentage, if that is Mr. Zandel would like to treat with us.
Xander just kind of like pauses for a moment. It's like a deep thought pause. It's like, Unfortunately, as of this moment, none of my inventions have a marketable purpose. Though that may change in the future.
Well, obviously, we would be interested in anything you came up with. We'd be more than happy to pay for either finished products or for plants. It's up to you,
Xandel,
whichever
what
you prefer.
what was that thing you made when we were on the boat? Didn't you call it like a hot plate or something? Would that not have
I don't think that's what he means.
have marketable value?
It has
Alright.
potential, but again, it is something that will likely only really work in middle to higher functioning properties, houses, etc. At the cost of the diamonds to keep the item functioning can get quite expensive.
Your nobles would double it up.
I'm guessing they're probably thinking more along the lines of machinery that can scout, machinery
Or
that can...
drill. Am I right?
Drills would obviously be useful for our means. As you have no doubt guessed, our infrastructure deals a lot on our tunnels. Hence why we took risk even letting you know where an entrance is. If
Cool.
that entrance is revealed, then please know that the good faith that we have treated in will end. And you watch as Poofy just sort of slips his hands into the diamond knuckle dusters and sort of cracks his knuckles as he slips them on.
I see no benefit in breaching trust only just given.
I'm glad to hear that. So, as I have said, obviously we are interested in dealing with Xandel specifically, but we would be more than happy to deal with the heroes of Maham as a group, I'm sure we could come to some accord. Obviously, we don't want you, as I've said, we don't want to step on anyone's toes, and we don't want our toes stepped on. So if we can make it so that we are not at each other's throats, then
That would be preferable.
indeed. And you watch them and goes, would not be profitable.
Indeed.
If I may ask, though I suspect I already know the answer, in regards to my inventions, what is Lady Naxter's play in all of it?
Interesting. You have your suspicions. Xandal, make me a wisdom saving throw.
Ooh.
I'm going to use Flash of Genius to add a +3 to that.
Mm-hmm.
Picky on your
Is this against Frightened, possibly?
No.
Okay.
No, it is not.
Hold on. Bear with me. Saving throw. So that would be a 17.
Okay. You, as your, Yurei's
14.
attention goes
Oh,
onto you, you feel just a flutter of something in your mind. You realize now it had been there the whole time since Yurei had entered this room, but this is the first time you've actually felt it actively doing something.
Yeah. Xandal just kind of looks, but says nothing.
And you watch as Yurei's face just splits into this. For a split second, and only you see this, it just splits into this giant grin with needle-like teeth before slipping back to its normal shape. Now, why would I reveal information for no profit?
I expected such an answer. I was hoping a chance of good faith.
And tell you what, young artificer. You give me even a rough sketch, rough blueprint for something simple, shall we say. Oh, how about just a small box. A small box that can record sound. Something so simple. Something so simple, so harmless. You do that for me here at this table now, and I'll answer your question.
Very well.
Very good. And he snaps a finger, and you watch as from the shadows that one of these same cloaked figures just appears and just puts down a roll of really nice parchment and a quill and inkwell in front of you, and then just retreats.
Yeah, Xandal will begin working on the most basic sound recording tinkered item that he can do, because he can essentially use magic to record sound anyway.
Yeah.
So this is literally common knowledge almost for most halflings.
Yeah. He watches Yurei just sort of smiles and then goes, whilst he's doing that, as I said, we would like to open dialogues. Is there anything we can do to help you? Any?
You involve yourself in slavery?
No. And you watch as it goes, no, not profitable, not worth it.
Give us the names of those that do, and we can take care of them. That would be a nice boon.
Interesting. His face sort of turns to Val, and then looks back to you, Tahlia, and goes, "You attempt to keep the peace within your own party."
That's how a party stays together.
Yes, but it's always worth having a bone to throw, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, I'll not give anything too much away at the moment. Don't want to show my hand too early. We have no specific slavers in the area of Maham. Nothing to worry about around here. The nearest that you would have problems would be if you headed down to Reforp.
That does not surprise me.
On a different question, if we were all putting everything on the table, are you aware, or I'm currently investigating the Grimhaven vigilante? I don't know if you potentially have anything that can help me flush this guy out.
Well, I know that Poofy here wants a piece of them, and you watch as Poofy just growls, and it's like this deep rumble. He took down a minor thief. Not a member of our outfit, but one that Poofy had his eye on for dealing with. Poofy gets so upset when his stress relief is taken away.
I can imagine.
I imagine it isn't good for business either.
No, don't want someone killing your men, though. I'm sure they're a lot harder to kill than a common thief.
And as bad as it sounds, vigilantes are, they're unpredictable.
Let's put it this way. If this vigilante manages to find one of our people, then that person has already badly enough that Poofy here would probably kill them himself. We pride ourselves on being unseen. But, yes, we know the gentleman you're speaking of. A minor, petty thief. Normally only pulled off jobs to help him make ends meet. Normally he stole food and coal to help him get through the winter months. Just something to stockpile more than anything.
It's how most thievery starts.
But he did not take gold. He avoided that, which is why he was low down on our list. He was not a problem, just a nuisance in that he occasionally would be in the wrong place at the wrong time when we had larger goals in the area.
If I were to find information out about this vigilante, and you have resources to perform more investigations or to put more feelers out, if I gave you that information, would you promise me that he wouldn't be killed, and we could potentially bring this individual to justice?
Interesting.
Information shared is information gained, I suppose.
True.
And provided he isn't murdered on sight, then I would happily share what I can find out, if you share what you can find out.
We will consider this. I am not going to make a deal straight away.
Understandable.
I will say we believe strongly in an eye for an eye. Should this vigilante harm a member of the underground, then there is not going to be much that stops Poofy here from taking his vengeance, one way or another.
I understand that. There are many different ways that vengeance can spawn itself, I suppose.
This is his prerogative.
Zandal, I'm assuming by this point you've probably finished the blueprint?
Yeah, pretty much.
The same figure approaches from behind you, collects the completed blueprint, and takes it over to Ure, who opens it up and looks at it and goes, "Ah, yes. Simple yet elegant, but with insight that we were missing. And you watch as he takes his own quill and makes a couple of additions, rolls it up and hands it back to that figure, and they just leave the room. That would be useful. So, Lady Naxter, let's just say she needed help spinning her web.
Yes, she's very good at spinning webs.
Indeed, but every spider needs someone to
Yep.
help them produce the silk, provide nourishment and an environment to grow. Let's just say she has some debts she still must pay.
Yeah. That may explain why she's been so interested in my inventions, then, if you were interested.
Perhaps. Now, young Vierna. I'm sorry. Not so young. I understand that the drow live to greater ages than many of us mere mortals. But
I'm
you
a
said
young
you had...
75, so
Indeed. But I believe you said you had business for Ace here.
yes, it's in fact that's why I'm even on the surface world to begin with. My city, Naveen, seemed to be lacking in. Well, it's not so much a city anymore because we keep killing each other off. This means we are lacking in resources. So we would be willing to do trade when means necessary. We don't care if it's on black market.
Interesting. And you watch as this weird creature just flies up from its seat, moves over to a wall, and just reaches through the wall and pulls out a small booklet. Comes back down and just slides it across the table to you, Vierna.
She looks at it.
As you look at it, you see it is a booklet of basically listings and prices of things that you can acquire through the underground. And looking through it, there's very little here that isn't mentioned. There is raw resources, there is food, there is gold, there is gems, there is magical items, there is rare beasts, pretty much anything you can think of, and there is a price listed for it.
Interesting. I would have to send this back to the High Matron.
Understood. We will set up a form of communication if you wish, or would you prefer to wait?
I need to look like I'm doing my job. You can set up the communications.
Very well. Please give us the coordinates for Naveen. And again, a shadowy figure just appears and puts a piece of parchment and a quill next to you, Vierna.
And she does so.
Okay. They take it and they look at it and go, "We will begin forming a tunnel network in that direction. And make sure we pass on the correct communications relay."
Good. Pleasure doing business.
And with you. May it be profitable. And he immediately just goes back to counting coins again.
Seems
Well.
we have much to give to each other.
Indeed. So far, this has gone better than we expected. Admittedly,
Indeed.
by this point, I expected Poofy to have hit one of you, but he appears to be controlling himself at the moment, and you just see this Goliath currently clenching his knee, and it's jittering. he's obviously getting fed up with diplomacy.
He seems like a good boy. And then Talia will wink at him.
You just watch as he just goes, gets up and moves to one of the walls and just walks through it and vanishes. Oh dear. Well, we only needed him here for the formal part anyway. Poofy is much more a man of action.
Hands-on
doer.
approach.
Yes. He's probably gone to vent
Punch
a little
something.
frustration. Now, would you all like to open some way of contacting each other, or would you prefer to just...
Well, you found it meaty enough. I think the little note thing was quite sweet. We could
Well,
probably
this is...
just do that.
Yes, obviously we can do that, or if you would prefer an easier, more secure way, we could try something like that. But it depends on how direct a line you would like.
I think secure would be beneficial for both of us. We can't be seen to be associated with the underground, and I'm sure you don't want to be associated with a group such as us. It might make potential partners nervous.
You do have a good head for the game.
I've played
He
it a long time.
snaps a finger, and again a shadowy figure appears from behind you, Tahlia, and puts down on the table a small box, about 10 inches by 10 inches box. Like you can see rune etchings in it, and it's just got like just a single symbol on the top of like what you assume is like a stylized drill, with what like couple of lines, one in gold, one in silver, and one in just like this almost like quartzy material. And he goes, "This is a secure way of passing documentation. Place something within the box and lock it, and we have a matching box that will receive the item. And vice versa, we can send things to you. When we do, the drill on the top will light up to show that something has been received. This way, if you need anything of us or have a question, you may simply send it through that. Obviously, we are not required to answer, just as if we ask of you or something, you are not required to respond. But this way, you don't have to be trying to find our members in the city, and our members in the city do not have to be trying to find you."
This is agreeable.
Glad to hear it. Now, is there any other business you would like to discuss, or shall I have our men see you out?
I think that concludes our business this evening. We are good, yes?
Yes, I believe we can say that we have reached neutrality. And with that, you watch as he stands up, takes a step back, and then you watch as his form ripples, and Tahlia, you're suddenly looking into your own face. Well, goodbye,
Enjoy
darlings.
it.
Oh, don't
Goodbye.
worry, I will. And she turns and walks out the door. And you watch as Ace just like scoops the money off the table into a pouch, ties it at their belt, picks up the ledger, and goes, "Goodbye," and just flies straight up into the ceiling and out.
Now there's a third Tahlia walking around.
It's going to be worse than
God
this
help
time.
us. 3 of them.
Let's get navigate out of Sean out of here.
Yeah,
Let's go.
I'm waiting
as you
for
turn
the
around,
Kenku. Yeah.
as you turn around, that Kenku is just stood there by the doors with the rope again.
Yes, we know the drill.
Polly will tie the things and hand him the rope. If you please.
Just nods and just takes the rope and begins guiding you back through the tunnels, eventually bringing you back to that same elevator that you guys had been in before. Retrieving the rope, it just nods and then steps back into the darkness, and a moment later the elevator rises up, and eventually you are met by the same human that had seen you into this room, who guides you back to the entrance of the candle factory and ushers you out and goes, "Good night," and then closes the door.
Good
As
night.
we walked through the candle factory, does Val recognise any of the people from Grimhaven working there?
Make me a quick perception check.
Yeah. Nope.
You are
Yeah,
really not
no,
rolling good.
I would
tonight.
like to roll above a
It's-
10 today.
Yeah.
It is low light in here. There's not a huge amount to be seen. And you can see like shapes and forms, but that's about it. There's nothing really that stands out.
That's fine.
Get back to the Jig Ingester,
Yeah, let's go somewhere a little bit more
Private.
familiar.
Oh, and obviously, I'm assuming I have that box in my pocket or something.
Yes.
And let's hope we don't get attacked tonight.
I think we'll be okay. At least not from them, anyway.
In the distance, you do hear the beginnings of thunder rumbling, and you can see storm clouds on the horizon beginning to move in.
Let's get back before we get wet.
Yep, we're heading back.
Okay. You guys make your way up through Grimhaven. Could everyone make me perception checks, please?
Perception.
Good luck, Val.
Nope.
16.
I mean, it's
Is it-
a 10, but it's not
Is it
above
just sight or?
it. Just sight for this one, yes.
Oh, fucking Earth rolls it.
I didn't roll dice on the screen, but it rolled me, so... 16. Yeah, I've got dice enabled. Why didn't that work? Oh well. Once it posts it in chat, it don't matter, does it?
I don't think you took Hager with you to that meeting.
Yeah, I don't think they'd have
Daniel.
let Hagar or Adomia, to be honest.
Yeah, actually, though, that makes sense. Knowing full well
Yeah.
that they were after my secrets before.
Why are you rolling at disadvantage?
I think it's just a double click.
Oh.
Okay, so anyone who got above a 15, so that is Vierna, Tahlia, and Fish. The rest of you are just sort of like trudging along, just trying to get like home before this storm hits. Those of you I mentioned, you notice in an alleyway nearby, you see what looks like a drunken man, like swigging out of a bottle and shouting at a child. And you watch as he reels back his arm to take a swing.
I think Talia would run at the guy.
Okay. The rest of you watch as Talia starts running, and Talia, as you're running, you watch as the fist comes down towards this guy, and then you just see a pair of claws reach out from an alleyway next to him and just across his throat.
Talia would just like skid to a stop, freeze, and be like, I mean, that saves me a job, but Jesus, what the fuck is that? And then she'll be like screaming at everyone to come over.
And when I say a pair of claws, they're like a foot long, these claws. They're
Yeah.
huge. But this guy's jugular has just been cut and it's just blood spurting everywhere, and he's clutching at it and the bottle's been dropped. The kid is like just like backing away, just staring wide-eyed.
Valud, are you okay? Jeez, what is that thing?
I'd imagine with the shout, all of us are running, and Val's going to
Yes.
make a comment. I bet it's that fucking bone claw.
Right, yes, that's what it was.
Can
Hold on.
Sandal attempt to save his life when he gets there to cure wounds?
I doubt that guy's gonna be. If it's a
You could
jugular
try.
thing, he'll be
Yeah.
dead before you even get
Shouts boobies and tries to light up the area.
Okay, the mace lights up and shines through the area.
Liz is gonna fuss with the boy, make sure that he's got no injuries or anything.
Yep, the kid looks like he's been taking a beating from this guy, but looks okay, just more shocked than anything. Xandal, with that cure wounds, the bleeding does slow and stop, but the guy is stabilized, but is unconscious. And you all
Yeah.
just hear from the alley, no. As you can see, just like at the very edge of the light from some mace, just this gaunt, bone-like figure shrouded in a black cloak with claws, this like foot-long claws coming from its fingernails, and just glowing red embers for eyes, just glaring at you all.
There are better ways to deal with bad people.
Well,
You don't
that's
have to
not
kill them
response,
all
man.
on sight.
You punch him in the face, but there's no need to kill him.
And it's at that point I am going to have to ask everyone
To roll for initiative.
to roll for
For
initiative.
fuck's sake. I wanted to get out of the fucking fight, not jump into it. Alright.
You were the one who ran towards it.
Because he was about to hit a fucking kid.
Hang on,
Okay,
give me a
sure.
second to get the map ready, and then we'll roll initiative.
Oh,
All
sorry.
right, now he says.
Well, I'm keeping my 16. Damn it, I'm not rolling again. I'll roll worse.
Right.
I didn't have my token selected, so.
Yeah, because I've not got the map up yet. I'm just getting the map quickly sorted because I've just realised Xandal isn't on this map for some reason.
Oh dear.
And
dear, oh
Balasar
dear.
is. I'm obviously using a map that I haven't updated soon enough. But that is fine. I can sort that. Because that is not hard. That will only take me a couple of seconds to sort. Delete.
Me.
Just give me one moment, guys. Sorry about this. Slight error. Get those tokens. Copy and paste. I was not prepared. I should have been
I don't know.
prepared.
Ask the players to roll initiative. And
I
he must have
know.
rolled a 1.
I must have rolled a 1. Yes, you're right. Because I was not prepared. So, earliest on
You
the scene.
prepared. Start singing Lion King.
You guys be about there. Right, there we go. So, there we go. Got the map.
Hey, oh, this looks familiar.
It would do, but it's a bit. Ah, there we go.
Well, I think this is the same map you used when Val fought it the first time.
Yeah, I'm thinking that.
Yeah, it's a generic alley map.
We never noticed. Right, do you want us to roll again?
You add
Yes,
me.
please.
Mine was a 16. Don't make me
Yours
re-roll.
was a 16. Okay.
My rerolling
Oh,
as
finally, above a 10.
well. Initiative,
will-
yeah.
Yeah. Oh, so yours
Oh.
was a 16.
Yes.
I got a high number!
Oh,
Yay!
And Fish, what did Fish get?
17.
17.
yeah. She's back.
I'm all good. Medicated
Just have
mother.
the helium. Oh.
15, and for this guy,
Just in time for a fight.
ooh, okay, that's pretty good for him.
Oh, Blossom! Wow, that's low for you.
We swapped places.
First
Ooh,
up,
we rolled.
unfortunately, is the Bone Claw,
Oh joy!
who is going to. You guys have got bright light around you, haven't you? Yes, because of the mace. So the Bone Claw is just going to come out. 15, 20, 25 to there. And is going to attempt 2 claw attacks against you, Xandal. One of those is a nat 20, unfortunately.
Gosh.
That's a miss.
What?
No, it's not. And the other is a 14 to hit. And actually, it would
The
be further
14
back than that.
misses.
It would be further back than that. It'd be. But the nat 20 hits, so you take. Get my correct dice for this. Oh blimey. Oh blimey. Oh wow.
Oh, right. Well, Zandal's dead.
Xandal, you take because it's double the dice. 54 piercing damage.
Oh shit.
Zandal's dead.
As you get pulled
Sandals down, yeah.
towards
Unconscious, yeah.
it, unconscious, and you are pulled towards it, and you are currently being held in its claws. And it just sort of gives this sickly grin towards the rest of you. And
With
just goes,
that, fish decides to go in a shell.
Okay, next up it is Val. Your turn.
Okay, so if I'm to use my action, I've got to use a bonus action to get to Xandal, right?
Mm-hmm.
So as a bonus action, fucking Misty Step to right by there. Let me just tick that off my spells that I can do. And then slamming my hand down on Xandal and pumping him with my hand. I'm going to pump 25 into Xandal.
Okay, so Xandal, you feel as you feel these claws pierce you and you get drugged towards it, your vision blacks out, and then a moment later you just feel this healing energy flow through you and just go back to consciousness. Currently grappled in this thing's claws, staring up at its hideous face.
And that is my turn. Because I've used my bonus action already, so there's nothing more I can do.
Yep, you would still have movement if you wanted it, but...
We'd probably get opportunity, I'd imagine. He didn't hit Xandal from where he was. Or was Xandal further forward?
I think... No, I think I'm going to stay there.
Okay.
Unless I can I use any of my movement to try and drag Xandal away?
It would be an action to break him out of the grapple.
I mean, my hand's already on him. Can I just try and walk away whilst my hand's on him? Even if it gets him 5 foot further away?
No,
could end up
again, he's grappled.
killing him doing that.
Okay.
Problem.
Yeah, never mind then. That's my turn.
Okay. Alright. Vierna, it's your turn.
I will go for the good old Eldritch Blast, just a normal.
Okay.
If I can remember how to actually just function, that'll be good. Eldritch Blast, there we go.
Okay. Neither of those hit, unfortunately, as you watch as they just sort of fly out towards it. It just bats one away with one large clawed hand, and the other just flies over its shoulder.
Okay.
Any movement or bonus action?
I don't have bonus actions. So, yeah, that's my turn.
Okay. Fish, it's your turn.
Okay, so with that, she sees the dire attempt at the Eldritch Blast and decides to give hers a go to see if she can be of help.
Okay. Does indeed hit.
Excellent, so I get a second attempt at that, don't I?
You will do, yes, but roll damage for that first one first.
Click on the pink.
Pink Eldritch Blast symbol and it'll roll the damage.
It's red on my computer.
Looks
Kind of
pink
a
to me.
pinky red.
Okay. So. Okay, you watch as the blast slams into it and it just sort of flinches and then just sort of growls at you. You've got your chance to fire your second one now.
Yeah, doing it now. Let's see
Yep.
how this one goes. Come on, you beauty.
Does indeed hit as well. Roll
Yay!
the damage for that one, for us, which is
Yeah.
good. Okay, again, smacks into it, and the cold, freezing damage of your Eldritch Blast hit it. The actual force seems to be getting through, but the cold doesn't look to be doing as much as you'd hoped.
Okay. I'll hang back at this point. And stay where I am.
Okay. Moving on, it's Ert's turn.
Hey, eeny, meeny, miny, mo at the moment. She's going to move in. And she is going to cast Contagion at level 5 and cast Flesh Rot on it.
Okay, let me just find that spell.
Not Flesh Rot, sorry, Filth Fever. The creature now has disadvantage on strength checks, strength saving throws, and attack rolls using strength.
Let me just check.
But you need to roll Constitution
Right.
saving throws.
As runs up and touches this creature and tries to cast that spell, the spell just goes to sink into the flesh and then dissipates. There's nothing.
Okay.
Unfortunately, this creature is immune to being poisoned, which is the basis of the spell.
Oh, for God's
Bugger.
sake.
Well, you didn't know that, so.
Yeah.
But now you do. You've learned something.
Yes. In that case, she is going to... I don't think there's anything she can do, because she can't do Shield of Faith because she's already cast a spell, can she?
She's already cast a spell, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, that's all she can do.
Okay. Tahlia, it's your turn.
Talia's going to lift her hand and point at it. Then give him disadvantage or see fate.
Okay. So you watch as
So
the
that
see fate.
thing can have disadvantage.
Yep. Hang on, I'm just going to find a token for that. Disadvantage. There we go. All right. So that is your action, I believe.
Does it say see fate allows you as the bone? Oh no, wait. It says the Raven Queen allows you the threads of fate and all those
Yeah, so
around
that's
you
a bonus action.
once as a bonus action tweak those threads. So yeah.
Yes.
And then
So yeah,
I
you
will
still have your action.
shoot him with Edmund shot.
Okay. Go ahead and roll your attack.
Is it evening? I'm assuming so.
It is evening. Yes.
If
and
it
these
does
are-
hit,
unfortunately, though,
which it doesn't. So never mind.
Nope, but unfortunately, you are currently stood bathed in light because of Ert's.
Oh
mate.
yeah, of course. Yeah, that would have. Yeah. Well, it didn't hit anyway,
Okay.
so it doesn't matter.
Yep.
And I end my turn.
You fire and it just like flies like through the rib cage and out the other side, and it just sort of goes.
Eh.
Okay, Sandal, it's your turn. You are currently grappled by this creature.
Okay, as I sort of like come to, it's hammer time.
Okay, so I'm assuming you get up from prone.
Yeah,
That's half your movement.
that's fine.
Go ahead and swing with your hammer. Let's see if you hit. You are in light because of Ert's mace next to you.
Yeah. Ooh. 13. I'm assuming that's a miss.
Does not hit.
Okay, extra attack.
.21 does hit.
Okay, so that's the base damage. I will be doing it two-handed because it's a bigger hammer.
Yep.
So
Is that a nat 20 as well?
no.
No.
Well, it says a +1, so...
Yeah, the
Yeah, it's a
Warhammer
+1
is a
weapon.
+1 Warhammer, so it's +7 to his roll.
Ah, okay.
So light
Wish it was a
numero
nat.
4. The hammer takes the absorbed light and transforms it into heat, causing the crystal to glow a searing red. I must pass a DC 8 con save and keep hold of the weapon. At the same time, the strike causes an extra 3d4 fire damage to the target.
Yep. So you'll watch as Vandal swings once with this hammer and just whiffs. And then the second swing, as he swings and hits, there's just this flash as the crystal just turns bright red, and you just hear the searing of flesh and the smell cooked meat in the air.
Okay, I'm still holding the hammer.
Yeah. Zandal, you wince as the hammer does get hot under your hand, but you shrug it off and just sort of bully through it.
Yeah, used to working with heat anyway.
Yep. Anything else from you, Zandal, or is your turn?
I don't think I have anything bonus actions set up. Not that I can use just yet anyway, so no, that's it.
Okay.
For me.
Alright. Blossom, it's your turn.
I'll be going to hybrid immediately.
Okay. Just get the hybrid token out.
Draw that at some point.
There we go.
So, and just striking.
Okay.
That
Does
will-
not hit. The 25 does hit.
or 15.
15, okay.
And does this thing bleed?
It does not, unfortunately.
I didn't expect
Do
it
not
to.
gain a charge.
Damn it, it doesn't bleed, so we can't kill it.
No,
Okay.
it's if it bleeds, we can kill it. Not necessarily that if it doesn't, it can't be killed.
Alright, so it is
Just
anything
because
else from
one,
you,
not
or is that it?
necessarily the other.
So that's the end of your turn, Blossom, yeah?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, Boneclaw's turn. Boneclaw is going to... Yeah, so it has to make a claw attack against you, Zandal, because you are in its claw.
At disadvantage?
At disadvantage, yes. Because of the sea fate. That is a 11 to hit.
That's a miss.
Okay, so the other claw it's going to shoot at Urt at disadvantage.
Okay.
That's an 11 to hit again.
Does not.
Okay, so it is then just going to start dragging Zandal this way. So Urt and Blossom both get opportunity attacks if they want to take them.
Yes. Gonna go with the mace.
Okay. Miss.
Okay.
Blossom, are you taking a
Yeah, mine was 17.
17 does hit.
Or another 50.
Another 15 damage. Okay. It is starting to look wounded. Starting to look a bit ragged. But it does 10, 15, 20. Drag Zandal to here.
Oh shit.
And by this point it is out of the light. So it is going to use its bonus action to hide. Yep. Okay. So you guys have no idea.
So he's
these-
hidden and somehow hidden Zandal?
Yep. Zandal is grappled, so
Just thinking, like, I can understand it disappearing, but to be able to hide with...
currently you guys have
Someone
no
else,
idea
that's interesting.
where it's gone. He's just sort of gone into the
Yeah.
shadows and in this alley.
I imagine it's big enough to cover Zandal fairly easily.
Yeah, probably.
Okay, Val, your turn.
Is it an action to turn on my bracelet or not?
No, that would be a free action. It's
Okay.
a simple light cantrip. It's not difficult to turn on.
Okay, so Val's going to turn on his bracelet and pursue after, or down the alleyway.
Okay.
Which...
As you get to here, you can see them. They are, with the light shining, they are just literally there.
Okay.
Trying to hide right in front of the light. Kind of difficult.
Oh, hi there.
Oh, hi, Mark.
And Val's just gonna whisper to Mortimer, I said we would get this fucker. And he's gonna as recklessly, he's literally gonna rip Mortimer from his back, not even trying to undo like any attachments or anything. And he's gonna and try and slice across the bone claw with Mortimer.
Okay. Go ahead.
Fucking hell!
Nope.
Right, I'm going to attack again. Okay.
That one hits.
Yeah, and I'm going to pump a level 3 smite into that, which is an extra...
I believe that is... It's 2d8 for a first, 3d8 for a second, so 4d8, plus an extra d8 for it being undead, so 5 extra d8 of radiant damage.
Yeah, so we'll do that. It's an extra 24 damage.
Okay, were you one-handed or two-handed?
I was... Because I had literally just ripped it across my back, it would have been one-handed this time.
Okay. So that is 34 points of damage. Ouch. Yeah, this thing is looking really hurt now.
Yeah. And... I would like to bonus action Shield of Faith.
Okay. So you bonus action Shield of Faith.
Hey. Sorry.
There we go.
Cool.
Alright.
my
Vierna,
turn.
it's your turn.
Turn my mic back on, that helps.
Yep.
I am going to run over here so I can see it.
Yep.
And I'm actually going to cast Fairy Fire.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
Interesting. So,
Try and hide now, bitch.
where are you centering your fairy fire? Because it is a 20-foot cube.
Oh yeah, it's an area of effect.
I will draw you a 20-foot cube. Let's say 10 foot. That is a 20-foot cube. Where would you like to center this effect?
How far can I throw it?
Fairy fire has a range of 60 feet.
Yeah, so I'm going to aim it exactly where you've got that box, basically.
Yep.
It's like
So
that
just to
gives you
hit
the
that.
most coverage. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that is a dex save for the creature. What is your saving? DC 14. So that is a 16. It saves. It just watches as this
damn it.
bright purple clinging fire appears, and it just sort of tucks itself into a corner and just avoids it as it comes flying down.
Thought that would have worked as well.
It was a good plan.
Unfortunately, it has a +7 to dexterity saving throws. It is
Damn
pretty
it.
quick.
That's alright.
Surprising
I've
'cause
got
it's
backup
size.
plans.
Okay. Anything else, or is that it?
That's all I can do, I'm afraid, so...
Okay. Fish, it's your turn.
I'm going to try with a blast again. Seeing as I was
You
what?
currently cannot see it.
Oh, okay.
These are
I realised that.
buildings.
Right, missed that little bit. I'm going to move forward. I'm going to use some movement.
Yep.
See if I can see it further.
You've got 30 feet of movement.
Yeah, I was
Each
going to say I've got
square is
30 feet, so I'm just having a look at how far I can get to.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm going to move to just behind. You're so tiny, I can't see where you are. I've made it too small. Hang
You
on a
can
minute.
suit. I was going to say you can suit me.
I can see you, I'm just really tiny, so I can't see where anybody is.
You're the blue coat token.
I know, I've got. I can see me, I'm just trying to find where.
Alright.
You're like smaller than a speck of dust. Zooming in is a good idea. Yeah, right, I'm just going to go behind Tahlia. I should be able to get there with my distance.
Okay.
Talia is further away from the
Talia's
battle
clear.
than...
Oh no, sorry.
You'd see less. You mean behind
I need to.
Blossom?
Yeah, I do mean
Blossom.
behind Blossom. I do apologise.
Right,
I'm trying
okay.
to squint. I need glasses. This is what we've realised from this instant. Can Fish get some glasses? Do you think we can add it to her outfit?
There we go. I've moved
Thank you
away
very
from the
much.
phone.
That's better now.
So you can.
Yeah, I'm going to
you
leave
can
that
a-
as my movement. Because
Yep.
obviously I still can't really reach him too far, can I? To Eldritch
No.
Blast him.
Well,
No.
you can, but he will have cover. So
Yeah,
he
I know,
will
that's
be
what I
harder
thought. So
to
I'm
hit.
just going to leave myself there.
Okay. Ert's turn then.
Okay, Ert is going to take her movement to move. Would she still be able to see there, or would she have to move there to be able to see?
She would be able to see there, but it would have partial cover.
I'll move to here
If you're
then.
there, then you'd have direct line. Yeah.
And she is going to cast blindness, deafness.
Okay.
As a con save of 15.
Yep, hang on. I'm just checking something. Yeah, not immune to those. So con save of 15.
Yeah.
Got an 11.
Yeah.
So it is. Which one were you wanting, blind or deaf?
I'm going to make it blind.
Yep. So it is now blinded. You watch as it just sort of like the spell goes off and its red eyes just stop glowing, and it's just like, no. Okay.
That's her
At the end
turn.
of her turn. Right. Tahlia, your turn.
Okay, Talia's going to... How much movement have I got? Oh, wow. She'll move... God damn it, I can't move my token.
You should be able to, but I will...
No, I'm doing the select move, I can't move.
There we go. I've updated
I
it.
thought I had the wrong thing selected for a second.
There we go. I've
there we
changed
go, right. So I'll
it
go in
now.
line with Fish, because that's about as far as I can get.
Yep. Yeah, you
I'll
do
probably
not
turn-
have line of sight on it.
No, I know I don't. And I'll just wait there, I guess. There's nothing else I can do.
Okay. Xandal, your turn.
Yep. Hammer.
You do have advantage because it is blind.
Yeah. Actually, before I do hammer, I am going to bonus action cast branding smite,
Yep.
and then hammer.
Okay.
So actions, hammer at advantage.
And you are still in light because Ert moved forwards.
Yep.
Yep.
I mean, Val also had his bracelet on, so...
Yeah.
So that's
Plenty of light, yeah.
so that's the D6 for the hammer.
The fire one again.
Yeah. So Brandon's smite is also 2d6. So normal. So that's the damage for the Brandon smite.
Nice. And then 3d4.
3d4. That's for the fire, and then the con save to keep a hold of the
Hammer.
hammer. Eee. Just.
Yeah. This time it's proper burning your fingers, but you just managed to keep hold of it. Xandal, how do you want to do this?
Basically,
Hey!
Sandal
Go in.
is just sort of like held in its claws, and just as it's like the lights of its eyes flicker out, he just brings up the hammer and just takes its head clean off.
You
Just
just watch.
launching it.
You just watch as just with this sizzling flash of fire, the creature's head just gets blown clean off its shoulders and goes rolling away into the darkness at the end of the alley, and the creature's body goes limp. And then, as you all stand there and watch, breathing heavily, the body turns into dust.
Hell was that?
Certainly hope there's not any more.
Val is gonna run and grab the skull.
Okay, go ahead and make me an investigation check.
Okay. Never.
11. You can't seem to find it.
For fuck's sake.
Is that kid still around?
Or
is he
no,
ran?
the kid has run off. The man who had been attempted to be taken out, he's still laid on the floor unconscious, still looking fairly pale. Tahlia,
Yes.
as you stand there, just sort of like taking all of this in, you feel the cowl on your head ripple,
Whoa.
and you suddenly have just knowledge filter into your brain as you suddenly feel that the cowl has accepted you as its wielder, and you now have gained extra benefits. I have updated the cheat for you.
Oh, let's have a look. Nice.
How big is what is left of the bone claw?
As if my stomach
It
was
is
broken
just
enough.
it is just a pile of dust.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
That's one thing off your mind, Haver.
Dope. Okay, cool.
Well, couldn't destroy the brain. The head's gone somewhere. I can't seem to
I mean,
find
it
it.
doesn't have a head.
That's what I was trying to find, and I can't seem to find the head, so... Hopefully it's gone, but...
Aaron's on one tonight.
Can I use the cowl set? Can I cast Detect Undead?
As you cast Detect Undead with the ability from the Raven's Cowl, the only undead presence you get as a pingback within 30 feet is your own.
It didn't appear as undead.
Didn't before.
I'm more dead now. Fuck. What's Mortimer saying?
Yeah.
I was gonna say. Because you said when Mortimer didn't recognise me as undead.
Yeah, Mortimer doesn't, but that's because you are not the same type of undead he's used to.
Oh, okay.
You still register, like, a revived still registers as undead to spells, but you are not a malevolent undead, so to certain other items you will not register.
Oh, okay. She'll just kind of look at herself and be like, well, that's disheartening. She'll just turn the ability off because it's freaking out a little bit. Well, there's no undead around here. Except me, apparently.
Oh, so Dagus was right. You do class as undead.
Well, the Raven Queen seems to think I am, so that's fun.
Vierna will kind of give Val a hand and actually have a look around to see where its head went.
Okay, roll a perception check. Or investigation, your choice.
I'll do perception. Oh. I'll make up for it.
Nat 20. Nice.
Hey, nice.
Hang on. Where is it? I wasn't ready for this. I was not ready for this.
When the DM doesn't take into account nat 20s can happen. Oh.
Ah, yeah. You got a fanfare.
That's it, though.
As you go and look sort of in the direction that the head had rolled off, after a couple of seconds of searching, you find a smaller pile of dust.
Oh, for goodness sake. Val, I'm sorry. No brain.
It annoys me a little bit because those hoity-toity people in the library wouldn't give us any information on the bone claw unless we proved there was a bone claw. I just wanted to drop that head straight on their desk and go, now give us access to books that we need it when we need it. But we can't. It's dust. So, hey
I mean,
ho.
most creatures like that do tend to just, turn into dust.
I know, but I just wanted the
Right,
satisfaction.
anyway, we've got a guy that's, seriously hurt. We need to get him medical attention and have a little chat with him.
Do we?
Well, I mean, the little bastard.
Oh, I
tried to
know
be
he's
child,
there, but
So, I'd like to have a chat with him. But he's unconscious, so...
well, let's drag him back to where he needs some medical attention then.
Okay. Are you guys just taking him out into the street and just like calling down a guard, or are you taking him somewhere in particular?
Wait, what?
I will call down a guard. I'm too.
Okay.
Is
The
this the
unconscious
kid,
guy.
or is this the guy that was
It's
slapping
the
him?
unconscious guy.
This is the guy who was attacking the kid. The kid's long gone.
Okay.
Okay. So you guys drag this guy out into the street and you flag down a guard. The guard comes running over and goes, "What's going on?"
There was a creature in the alley, attacked him. We've managed to stabilize him, but he needs better medical attention.
Right. What about the creature?
Oh, we've dealt with it.
Well,
With that,
thank you.
Vierna kind of pulls out a handful of dust and pours it onto the floor.
Just sort of looks at it and goes, "Right. Okay. Right. He sort of looks down at the man, looks up at all of you, and seems to decide, yeah, what you guys are talking about is above his pay grade. He's just going to take this guy. He just sort of leans down, picks this guy up in sort of a fireman's carry and goes, I'll take him back to the guardhouse and get him the medical attention he needs.
Do
Oh,
explain to him that hitting children is not acceptable, and if I see him doing it again, make sure he's more than unconscious.
Actually, no, strike that. Hint that the creature's still out there, and if he is hitting another child, the creature might come back.
Yeah, what he don't know won't hurt him. Or it will.
Very, very well. A good night to you. And he just starts jogging off with this guy across his shoulder, just like taking him towards the nearest guardhouse.
I think we're overdue at the Jigging Jester.
I definitely need a drink.
Just very quickly, you said some. Did Val openly say something about the library?
Yes.
He did. He would have said that he wanted to help.
Considering that Xandal still looks like a halfling shish kebab, would that not count as evidence?
Well, I mean, you could have been roughed up by anything, to be fair.
I mean, to be fair, if the entirety of us went and said we all experienced the same thing, they did say, like, that would maybe a factor, but...
Yeah.
I mean, the creature's gone.
Morning. Can we wait till the morning?
Yeah, I mean, the creature's gone now. We don't need books on the creature. It's just, in future, I was hoping that we could use this as evidence for our good that we're doing in the town, so they wouldn't put blockers in front of us in future, but...
I mean, we could just have a conversation with Boras, you know. We could have asked him, hey, could I have a token so that I can go and look at books? Didn't
Fair
cross your
point.
mind?
Fair point, well made.
Right.
Whiskies?
Drinks?
Whiskies?
Drinks.
Okay. You guys quickly make your way back into the Gateway District and then back to the Jigging Jester. Coming in, it is the busier time of the evening, and there is a lot of people in, just generally having a lovely time drinking. You can see Gunther behind the bar with Rook, making sure people's drinks are topped up. Food is coming out. There's a nice bit of music playing. It's just a generally nice atmosphere.
We'll just wave at him and then go to our table. They'll get to us when they can.
Yep. About 10 minutes later, Gunther comes over to your table with a tray and just puts down like a couple of bottles of different alcoholic drinks. He puts down wine, whiskey, rum, a big like jug of ale, and goes, "So, how are you all?
Well,
have fun?"
Xandal's already like just he's sloped off. He's going to the onsen. He's going for a bath. He's in a lot of pain.
You might want to
Yep.
sit down, Gunther.
Okay. And
As Gunther sits down, Val just pokes him to make sure that he doesn't ripple.
What was that for?
We may have
I
seen
was
something. Doesn't matter.
So we she'll like lean in and talk quieter just to make sure nobody can overhear. We may have just gone for dinner with the underground.
Wait, what? I'm sorry.
And,
I beg your pardon.
Someone pretty high up can masquerade as you. Now me. He's also masqueraded as Lady Naxter.
Okay, that's a lot.
Concerning, yes, very. You are who you say you are, right?
Now you know why I poked you.
Yeah, I am who I say I am. You took me on a cruise on the ship, and the ship's spirit is called Bosun. Does that prove necessary?
I mean, I didn't really doubt you. I mean, he looks like you. He's got your swagger, but he really doesn't know how to talk like you.
Ah. Okay, so at least there's that. Just got to keep an eye out for anyone paying a little too much attention, which admittedly, when you look as good as me, there's a lot of people who pay attention.
Yes.
So that's
Don't
going to be a
suggest
bit
it.
harder than I expected.
But we seem to have met an neutral accord.
Well, that's
Basically, you know that little
good.
misunderstanding we had outside of Zandal's tower? Yes. So,
think so.
well, a bit of semi-bargaining that benefits us as much as it benefits them. They will possibly tell us if they know of anyone doing slavery, so we can kick their ass. So that's good. They're also a good information network. Not that you aren't amazing at your job, but
Thank you. But obviously
extra information is always good. You should never get all your information from one place.
I'm kind of specialized, you know.
Yes.
So
So there was that, and then on our way back, some old bastard was trying to hit a child, and the next thing we know, that bone claw slit his throat. We managed to save him and dispatch it, but we're not so convinced it's... I mean, I think it's over. Might not be. I don't really know the ins and outs of it. And then I may have synced up more with this cowl, and apparently I am actually undead.
well,
Just thought you should know. Little company. I thought I was
He
more
sort of
alive
leans in
than
and
that,
goes,
but
"Does that make me a necrophiliac?"
I don't really know.
I mean, you
normally they don't talk back and participate, so no.
While them two are whispering to each other, Vierna actually puts a head in between them and says, "If it counts for anything, she's not rotting."
I mean, I could have thought
You know
of
just
that.
what to say,
She's definitely
Vierna.
still warm in all the right places.
But yes, I feel like I can do more with this cowl now. It's quite interesting.
Well, maybe something to train on. So,
Yes.
did
Did you do that thing in the yard I asked you to do for the morning?
Yeah, all set up.
Wonderful.
So, do you guys have any plans going ahead, or is it just going to be hanging around here for a while?
I think we've had enough adventure for one day.
I didn't mean today. I meant, just in the next bit of time is all.
I don't know. We should.
I mean, you had
what
that
does
letter
everyone else
from
want to do?
Rowan. I didn't know whether you were talking about maybe going to Minas Pingoli, so
He's on the agenda at some point.
I want to look for a soul-bound item. Sooner rather than later.
Oh, which
You
one?
know where to begin?
I can't remember what it's called because I don't write notes because I'm an idiot.
It was
Winter's
Winter's
Moon, that's the one.
and you were told go from Wygrove Stronghold until you reach the land of the frozen tundra, and then follow Equinox's from there.
How close is that to Minas Pengolia? Opposite sides or on the way?
No, other direction.
Over direction.
I will do a bit of map revealing so that you guys can see.
I
Xander
can
would
already
know
see where
where
Minas
Wygrove
Pengolia
Stronghold
That's
is.
there.
Other way.
Yep,
So
Wygrove
it's
Stronghold is northeast from Riven.
It's actually east from Pinker Forest.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you want to be looking east, i.e., to your right.
I've
To the
got
right
Great
of the map.
Hags, Minas Pengolia.
You're
To the
too far
right.
left.
To the
Have I-
right
Right.
end.
Well, I'm
Right.
scrolling as far as I can go on the right. Is that what you're on about there?
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
okay, cool.
And then up.
As far as you can go until you reach.
There?
Hang on. There.
I was gonna say I can only see the stronghold. It's not
Yeah,
any further
and
than
then
that, right?
it's not revealed anything else other than
There we go.
Wygrove.
I will
Oh, right, there we
reveal
go.
Yeah.
where
Up
the
there,
ice and
right.
snow is.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm kind of hoping our new ferryman friend might be able to help out on this one.
All right. Well, if there's a body of water, yes. Well,
But
what does
maybe
everyone
not.
else want to do? Do we want to do Minas Pengolia first and then this soulbound item search? What's it's more pressing on people's agenda? I'm more inclined to check in on Rowan.
I'm concerned about Rowan.
Anyone else?
The rest of us don't know Rowan.
Well, if you don't mind taking a little trek to Minas Pengolia, we can take the ship. We can go searching for this item straight after if you want. Is that agreeable?
Hopefully it won't take too long. I really don't want them hags chasing after me.
At the same time, if getting this item means we're not being chased by hags as a group, maybe it's worth getting the item first.
Well, like
Then
I
we're
said,
going-
how concerned are we for Rowan? Do we think that she'll be alright for a little bit longer?
I mean, I've got my own concerns, but at the same time, we need to factor in the group.
Perhaps.
As much as what's going on with Rowan, getting attacked by various creatures being sent by these 3 hags whilst
Yes.
en route is probably not a good idea.
I was just going to say, perhaps it's wise we get the soulbound item first, because then we're not bringing potentially hags to Minas Pengolia. We don't, if we've got a way in, we've got an invitation, but if we bring trouble, that could mean trouble for Rowan as well.
I'm good with that.
So we go on the trek for this item,
Yes.
get the hags out of the way, and then straight on to Minas Pengolia.
Agreed.
Hunter goes, oh well, Vygrove Stronghold is only about 4 days travel by the roads, I believe. Not by horse, obviously. If you're heading north after that, I don't believe there is any roads out that direction, so you're going to be going either horseback or by foot through wilderness, effectively. I don't
Would
know
our-
how long it would take.
Would our friends with the airships not take us if we paid?
I mean, if you could pay, they.
Whether we can afford it.
I mean, bear in mind, chartering an airship is not a small fee.
Yeah, but we could agree to do some work for them afterwards.
I don't think that's how it works, Val.
They offered us work. If you remember, they offered us, there's many uncharted areas that they would like adventurers to go with them with.
Ah, yes, they did.
So if we turn around
My
and said,
notes, apparently. I'm just looking
It-
through my notes, like, where the fuck did they say that?
Yeah.
If my memory,
Smythe's got job for us. That's written down. Ragnar's got work for us.
Twywin, who said that.
Yes.
But
Well, we can ask the question. If they say no, then we try another way.
At least ask what the price is.
yeah. And if we say that we can pay a little and also go with them on an adventure afterwards, exploring some of these areas that are uncharted that they want to go to, then perhaps that'll bring the cost down.
Perhaps.
They can only say no, I suppose.
Like I said, we asked the question, then we'll see. But we'll deal with that later.
In the morning,
Yes.
after drinks and much partying.
Maybe not much partying. I have an appointment in the morning.
I mean, by partying, I mean relaxing in the onsen. That's what I want to do.
oh, are we having an onsen party?
Sure, why not? We haven't had
Excellent.
one in a while.
And you watch as Gunther just slips into his shadow and upstairs. Xandal, you had just gotten settled in the onsen as Gunther just appears butt naked in the doorway and goes, "Cannonball!" and just dives
Xandal
into the
just
water.
kind of like absolutely shits himself, not expecting it. Like, oh my god!
Oh, well, I
And it's
guess
at this
I'm going to
point-
run up as well.
So at this point, Emily just sort of pokes her head round the door and goes, "Oh, interesting. I will join you. I will get some more
Yep.
information on anatomy." And she just wades into the water.
Oh my god.
Next one to Cannonball Hill is going to be Talia.
Xandal's kind of like just doing his best to sort of like sit so that like all the tech that's attached to his chest is less visible. As he's sort
he's
of like
just gonna
mending his clothes and just finishing up, healing up the wounds that he has.
I was just going to like wade up to him, buck ass naked. Hello. Hello, then, darling. You don't need clothes.
Gunther immediately just like comes like up behind you, Talia, and just like drapes himself over your shoulders and go, "Yeah, I mean, doesn't she look better without some anyway?"
She wackles her eyebrows.
Xandal is just, back in uncomfortable mode. It's sort of like,
Emily at this point just
No.
picks you up, Xandal, and places you in her lap, and just turns to Gunther and Talia and goes, "It is not polite to bully people."
Not bullying.
Val's still downstairs at this point, but gathers up a load of the booze, like, because there was loads of bottles that were put on the table, puts them on a tray, goes to walk away, and just turns to Vierna and just goes, "Are you coming up as well?"
I'm going to sit in my thoughts for a little while. Thank you, though.
No worries.
Has
Blossom?
already run upstairs.
Yeah, I'll be making my way.
And Val just carries the tray of drinks up.
Okay. Alright. You spend your evening in raucous partying and splashing
Awkwardness.
and chatting and drinking in the onsen. Poor Xandal sat in Emily's lap, just feeling extremely awkward with the whole situation. Just glad
You need
that
to be more
Halise,
comfortable in your own skin.
just probably very glad that Halise hasn't heard and come to investigate.
yeah.
But you all eventually... I mean, do you want to roleplay some onsen time, or do you just want to skip ahead to taking your rest?
Has any of the males that are in this scenario not taken the role yet?
Oh,
Everyone has taken the role.
Taking the roll.
I don't think
Come on,
Xandal
Xandal.
has.
Xandal
Roll
has.
a d20, buddy.
Has he?
Let's go.
Xandal rolled
Wait, no, he did.
when he was turned into a baby in the tower, in the
Yeah,
library.
but that's as a baby.
Yeah,
it was
but
when
he's
he
grown
turned
up
back.
then.
back.
It
Yeah.
was when he turned
Yeah.
back.
Oh, right, okay.
That was a 3.
Fair enough.
Ah. I mean, you're a halfling, so...
Yeah,
Proportions.
Gunther is still leading on a 12. But yes. So, you guys eventually all manage to, drunkenly or undrunkenly, depending on how much you imbibe, make your way back to your rooms and get ready for bed. Tahlia, you with an early appointment in the morning. But you all make your way to your rooms and collapse into rest. Xandal, as you are asleep and resting, you hear as Hagar and Emily immediately attack something underneath your bed.
Xandal sits up very quickly, reaching for his new hammer.
You watch as Emily tried to strike something and looks up at you and goes, "It's not there anymore."
What was it?
I don't know.
What did it look like?
I didn't get a good look.
I must
You-
remember to fit you with a voice box in case you saw something.
Yeah, Hagar's just sort of looking at you, just like.
I want a conversation between Hagar and M.
You're sad. I don't know why you're sad.
It's so good.
Or Hagar and Rook.
Yeah.
Hagar, Rook, and M. Yes, that is a conversation I need.
Oh
to
my god.
That'd be amazing.
Do you look under the bed, Xandal?
Yeah, I'm taking my light hammer, which I'm still attuned to, and using the light feature on it.
Yep. Looking under the bed, you just see a long set of claw marks
Oh, it's coming for you!
dragged under the bed,
Shit.
cut into the wood.
Yeah, Xandal sends Hagar to go fetch Val.
Yep. Val, you are sleeping when you just hear boom, 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 boom.
Dead may never die. Yeah.
Hello?
The door opens, Hagar just walks in, picks you up, and just starts walking out.
As I'm being dragged, Val's going to grab Mortimer.
Oh, you're
Just
not being
because-
dragged, you're being princess carried.
Okay, at the same time, Val's just going to pick up Mortimer.
Yep. Hagar brings you back to Xandal's room, where you can see M just staring at the underneath of this bed. And Xandal, what are you doing at this point in time?
Xandal is currently stood sort of like on the bed, a hammer in each hand, looking around.
Val stood there with the spade section of Mortimer covering his genitalia because he went to bed naked.
My apologies, Val. I should have been more clear on my instruction. Could you check something for me, please?
Monsters under the bed?
Yes.
Really?
Very specific monster, I fear. And with that, he orders Hagar to just sort of like shift the bed.
Val reaches for his arm and just turns the bracelet on so he can get a little bit of extra light.
Yep. As Hagar moves the bed, Val, you see a very familiar set of scratch marks in the wooden floor.
I knew he wasn't fucking dead. I'm waiting to see how Xandal reacts.
Mortimer, yeah?
I'm holding
Val?
Mortimer, yeah.
Yeah, Xandal's already pretty much come to the same conclusion.
It's at this point you hear Mortimer in your head, Val, go, "Of course it's not dead. You didn't kill the master."
Need to know information, Mortimer. God.
Yes.
Yeah, Xandal, you didn't hear that. Only Val hears that.
Yeah, no, Xandal's already sort of like come to the conclusion that whatever he thought he killed is not dead. I think it may be agitated at me now.
Yeah, there's always two. There's always the Master and the Padawan. And I guess
You just hear Mortimer going, "What are you talking about?"
you've just said that the master's not dead.
Yes, its master.
Yes.
Boy, if you're not going to listen to me and ask me about things. First, you didn't attack the thing, so I didn't tell you, but now you're not even going to ask what I mean.
Mortimer, what do you mean?
Do
A
you
bone claw is a failed lich, boy. I told you this much before. What happens is when they're trying to send their soul to the phylactery, it fails. Their body is destroyed, but their soul flies off and latches onto the nearest evil creature, sentient creature it can find, and forms into a bone claw. As long as the master is alive, they act as the bone claw's phylactery. It cannot die unless its master is killed.
And
Every time you destroy it, it will just reform and come back more pissed off.
I'll repeat that back to Sandal.
Liches. Well, we may not need so much the library then. Maybe the Arcane Academy.
Possibly. Mortimer, is there a way of tracking the rebirth of a lich?
No. Every time you kill this thing, it'll take a little while to reform, but it will always reform, I believe, within a mile of its master.
Okay. And again, I repeat this back to Zandal.
Which could mean that its master is somewhere near the city already.
Either near the city or back when where we encountered the hags.
I imagine I'm assuming it has shadow-like abilities, much like our Furbolg friend out there. Which means
You hear on the window, "I'm not a furbolg, I'm a tiefling!"
what?
Assuming you're talking about Gunther.
Yeah.
Furbolg. He's not
um,
even.
yeah. He's spying on us.
The one thing I'm confused about is, as Mortimer says, it takes time for the bone claw to reassemble and reform itself. How is it
I
able
imagine
to?
Mortimer just goes, "It's a matter of hours."
I
Oh,
also imagine its ability to travel through the shadows is only finite, less than infinite. But that is a mere educated guess. I do not know very much on a bone claw.
yeah. My only knowledge comes from my experiences, and the library was not much help. So perhaps something to reattack for tomorrow. At least you've got, your inventions around you that can protect you and can sense things whilst you're sleeping.
Yes,
Whilst
definitely.
I was experiencing the torment from the bone claw, I didn't have that.
Do you think it'll come for you?
I didn't destroy it.
So, yes, it's me.
Mortimer pipes up in your head again, Val, and goes, "This bone claw's weird.
Oh?
Bone claws are evil, boy. Why the hell is a bone claw acting like a vigilante?
Fair point.
Bone claw only does two things. It either kills indiscriminately if it hasn't received orders from its master, or it follows orders from its master to the letter.
So these attacks are orders.
It would seem so.
Out of character, can I safely make the assumption that the Bone Claw is the one that was making the vigilante attacks, or is Val just trying to put two and two together and making five?
From what Zandal and the others told you about it just slitting that guy's throat, that's the same way that the thief died.
Okay.
And it was done in such a way that it could look like it had just been a knife. So you would probably guess that yes, that is not a. And the fact that when the rapist was killed, that no perpetrator was seen. It's not a big leap of logic to think, yeah, if something can travel through shadows, it's not going to be seen.
Okay.
So it's not the biggest leap of logic to come to.
In that case, Val is gonna kind of have a conversation with Zandal about it and just mention what he thinks. Zandal, are you okay going back to sleep, or did you want to bunk with somebody? Are you happy, or
I should be fine with these two on sentry.
okay?
You watch as Emily is literally shuffling herself under the bed. She's like
Yes.
getting underneath the bed to stop anything from appearing there.
That Val bends down and just mentions to Emily just the Bone Claw wouldn't go for the same place twice.
Interesting. But if I am down here, I am hidden, and it will not see me immediately, thus giving me the element of surprise.
True. Can't argue with that logic.
Maybe she should be a rogue.
What time of night is this at this point?
By this point, it's about probably 2 in the morning.
Okay. Val's going to go back to his room and just write a little note, ready to go to Tahlia the next morning, and essentially put into the box, because Val is a man of his word and promised to give any information on the vigilante attacks back to the underground. Okay. So he's going to prep that note ahead of time and then try and go back to sleep.
Okay. Sleep is hard to come to for both you and Zandal, but you do eventually drift off back into sleep, and there is no other disturbances during the night. You all achieve a long rest, so please do all feel free to press that long rest button.
Yay, long rest!
I'm assuming the first one up is Tahlia.
Oh yeah.
As dawn comes, it is
Before dawn.
raining and thundering outside at the moment.
Oh, interesting. I'll give her a little bit of advantage. Right, she's going to go and knock on the door for Halise.
The door opens and Halise is stood there, kitted out and ready to go.
Good. Let's go. Follow me.
Okay. And she dutifully follows.
I hope you like rain.
I can deal with it.
It gives you an advantage.
Okay. Alright. You step out into the backyard of the Jigging Jester. You can see, Tahlia, it has been set up to your specification.
Wonderful.
For those who don't know what that is, there is a assault course that has been laid out. There is patches of broken glass. Like the whole area is now muddy, so the mud patches that you had made are now kind of redundant. But there are trip wires attached around various areas with little hanging bells on them. Wooden crates placed in different areas, and just generally just a difficult course to get through.
Alright. Halise, go stand over there.
Right, okay. She quickly moves across.
And Talia will walk around the course. No cheating. You will go through this course, not around. Understood?
Yes.
Good. And then Talia will sit herself down on the ground and close her eyes. Get to me? I don't want to hear you at all. If I hear you, you fail. Understood?
Yes.
The DC is 18. She's gone inert.
Okay. Oh, you sit there for about a minute, and then you feel just a light touch of a dagger at your throat.
Good girl.
She
Perhaps
rolled
you
a
need
nat
less
20.
training than I thought. Fuck, say anything other than a nat 20, I would have said no. But yeah, that's cool. Good girl. Again.
You can see she's like looking a bit bedraggled, but smile that she managed it.
You just did it once, girl. Again.
Okay. You watch as she runs back to the start. You go back inert.
Yep.
As this time she gets to you, but before the dagger can get to your throat, you just hear the slightest swish of cloth. But she did get through the course to you.
Don't get sloppy.
Right. Yes, sorry.
Right. Again. This time I'm watching.
Okay. So you're going to make a perception roll this time, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
I roll shit and ruin it.
Ah, damn it.
20.
Yeah, this time she only got a 9. This time with your eyes on her, she obviously is feeling a lot more nervous, and she triggers a couple of the bells as she goes through and slips in a bit of the mud.
Must remember, Harry, sometimes you don't have all the time in the world.
Yeah,
Sometimes you're under pressure. You must still move silently.
Yes, yes.
Again.
Okay. You guys spend the morning and the pre-dawn and beginning of the dawn light repeating this over and over with varied success. Sometimes she does really well, like at the beginning. Sometimes she doesn't do as well. But coming to the end, you think you're beginning to drill into the basics of moving and acting silent.
Good girl. And she'll like ruffle her hair.
Her hair is
Come on.
caked in mud.
Let's get you dried up.
Yes.
Tomorrow we'll try something different.
Okay.
If we have time. If we're not called away. But you must practice this course, even when I'm not here, okay?
Yes. Yes. I'll get Rook to sit at the other end.
Good. Go get cleaned up. And
She
then Talia will
runs
go back to her and Gunther's room and get tidied up.
Yeah. Gunther has, by the way, been snoring through all of this.
You just kind of yank the covers off.
He just sort of mumbles in his sleep and rolls over and goes, "Nine, not the stolen."
Oh, you sleep like the dead.
And you hear him mumble, "But I sleep with the dead."
I guess, a little bit. Come on, don't you have the chicken jester to open up?
Rook can do that. I do the evenings.
Ah, you're hopeless.
You didn't say that last night.
They just chuckle and peck him on the lips and then go downstairs once she's cleaned up.
Okay. The rest of you awaken and, I'm assuming, make your way down for breakfast.
Yeah, for once, a very clean and well-presented Xandal appears.
Emily and Haggard just flanking you, just like scanning every corner.
Yeah.
On proper sentry mode, both of them.
Val, having a slightly disturbed sleep, would have gotten up kind of early, but just gone into like some meditation and some prayer. But then made sure that he was, if not the first ahead of Tahlia, but like within the first two people, so that he could grab Talia's attention.
Yeah. Okay.
Val tries to grab Talia's attention.
Talia, is your attention grabbed?
Well, I mean, he hasn't said anything to me, so...
Tahlia?
Yes, darling?
There was an incident last night with Xandal.
Oh? What happened?
the bone claw's not gone.
Figures.
Mortimer finally opened up a little bit about how bone claws work and gave us some information, basically saying that we need to destroy the bone claw's master. However, also that this bone claw was acting odd, in the sense of bone claws are evil, or they are on orders to do specific things, and it seems like this bone claw was the vigilante. So I promised to give the underground any information I found out about the vigilante. Would you be able to put this note into the box?
In common?
I mean, you can rewrite it.
Would be wise. She'll get a slip of paper, write it in thieves' cant, burn the original.
Yep.
We need to be more careful. Get me to write the notes in future, huh?
Well, I wrote it before I went to bed, so I wouldn't forget any of the information.
Okay, she'll, I'm trying to think. I probably kept the box in the vault.
Yep.
For the safest bit, so she'll nip down to the vault and pop it in the note in the box, close it, and then lock it.
Fair enough.
And then she'll nip back upstairs and says, well, I've delivered it. Whether they reply is another thing entirely. We can check later.
You don't have to reply, I made a promise that I would give them the information, and that's what I've done, so...
Fair enough. So, what's on the agenda today, then?
I'll start off with some breakfast.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Rook does see you all come down in dribs and drabs and brings the usual platters of cooked breakfast meats, fruit, and breakfast and flagons of breakfast ale and juice over and sets them up on your table.
Yeah, Xander kind of sits down, grabs like bits of food, breads, meats, etc., and just sits and eats for a moment while reading through like all his notes on like the Eberron stuff and the ancient stuff that he's trying to backwards calculate.
Anyone else doing anything?
Probably just getting up.
Yeah. Fair enough. Halise is sat at the bar eating a breakfast that's provided to her by Rook.
Has she still got mud caked in her hair and...
No, she has cleaned up and put on fresh clothing. But you can see her, she's just sat there and is happily chattering at Rook about what the training she's done that morning.
Potential your sister. Andal?
Sorry? Say that again.
I said your sister, she has a lot of potential.
Yeah, she's used to sneaking around.
I suppose.
Yes, she's managed to escape from father's place of residence many a time. So...
Yes, well, escaping from nobles is a little bit different from escaping from other unscruples. I don't know how to say that word.
Unscrupulous individuals, I believe is
Yes.
what you were going for.
That's what I was going for. I was like, blah, 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 blah. Words? I can't say well. It's hard. You try
You
saying
do
that
English
while
goof.
rolling your R's. Like, it's hard.
You can roll your own ass. I suppose the skills are transferable, given the right tutelage. Much like wizardry to artificery, so to speak.
take your word on that one.
She shall be a good study, I feel.
Yes. We'll see how well she's practiced when we return with the artifact that the Vierna's after.
Oh, of course. The moon.
Winter's moon, I think she said.
Yes.
Or winter, or something like that.
He starts rummaging through his notes to pull out what he's got on the. I always forget what they're called. The special
Soulbound items.
Soulbounds. Yeah. And just double checks what information he's got for Winter's Moon.
Yeah. So you know that Winter's Moon is a dagger.
Yeah.
You've got a rough sketch that you managed to copy. It is a white blade with the pommel being ending in a wolf's head biting into a black diamond. And from what you managed to glean from the book, the blade is somehow tied into ice and like winter elemental energy so intrinsically that the blade itself constantly gives off like a freezing cold mist.
Yeah, he kind of explains that along with the thing of, well, it's a dagger, which is about as easy to spot in the snow as, let's say, a winter fox.
Think?
Yes, it's not going to be an easy find, I imagine. Though we do have the compass, which will aid us. Hello.
Probably at that point,
Oh.
Vierna's walking in.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Morning.
Sleep well? Or meditate well?
So. I wouldn't say it's the deepest meditation I've ever been in.
Hmm.
Yourselves?
It's not really meditation or sleep, really. It's just I'm there. It's the best way to describe it.
Xandor pissed off the bone claw that's still around.
Oh,
Yeah.
Good, I'm glad we're still pissing off people. It wouldn't be right if we didn't do that.
The
Yeah, I
bone claw
suppose when
really
it's sneaking into my room at night, it's rather unsettling. But then again, you should know that, shouldn't you, with your friends following you into your room?
Yes.
think
It wouldn't be a night at the Chicken Jester if nobody sneaked into somebody's room.
It's starting to become a common theme, isn't it?
and I think we have had a visit from someone. Well, I suppose technically all of us had when the faceless tried to kill us. You weren't there for that, Xandor. That was fun. Tried to
That was
assassinate
not
us.
fun.
Well, not for you. You died.
I
Been there.
mean, nearly died.
I mean, you technically were. Gunther just brought you back. Very lucky escape.
Anyway.
Yeah, anyway. So, yeah, we've pretty much all been broken into, so I guess it's like an initiation at this point, right? That and seeing each other naked, apparently.
Yes.
With that, Vierna just kind of just helps herself to some of the breakfast that's on the table.
Yep, there's plenty there.
Yeah, Xandor's just kind of buried himself back into his work at the mention of nakedness.
Honestly, you're such a prude.
I mean, he must have modelled his newest creation off something.
Well, I mean, we think we'd already established the boobs are mine and the butt is Vierna's. considering we were the only point of reference.
And Val kind of takes a look and then looks backwards and forwards and just goes, "Yeah, okay, I can see that."
Emily just
You
cocks
just
her-
laugh and like try not to spit out a drink. And
Emily just sort of cocks her head to one side and just looks down at Xandal and goes, "Interesting."
I designed the frame of the body to best work in water.
Is that a compliment?
I'm not sure. I wouldn't have classed me as streamlined.
Nor I, really.
Metal boobs can't work as flotation devices.
No, it's more. This is more.
Flotation
The
devices
feminine
inside.
form is
Oh.
more streamlined than a male body. I get it.
She has a better center of balance.
With those knockers, he doesn't.
Yeah, but my butt kind of outweighs it. So
Counterweight.
yeah, it works.
And trust me, she moves faster in the water than she does on land. So the design is better than expected.
Thanks.
We think.
I take
We
it
take
as a
where we
great
can get them, huh?
pleasure to be modelled after two such intrinsic members of the group.
I mean, I could understand why her bottom half wasn't modelled on you, Tahlia, because you have a tail. Although, wouldn't that made it better?
No, I suppose my tail's quite thin. It doesn't really serve a purpose other than to tease people with it, but or trip someone up, I guess. It's not really.
Vierna's not actually
That's
tormenting anyone. She's actually thinking about it.
What does she do when she's in the water? I mean, she's got spikes for legs. Wasn't
It
really
would just be
confident.
easier if I show you.
Emily
Come on,
just
Emily.
Emily just stands there and just goes, "Aquatic mode enabled," and you watch as the legs like clack together and just form into a long, almost like sinuous metallic fin, like a mermaid. She just
That's
sort of
pretty
stands
cool.
there, going, "I cannot walk in this form on land. I will revert back," and she legs separate back out again.
Okay, that's very clever.
Bit like a mermaid or a siren.
Cheers, Andal.
Say that bit again. Sorry.
Said you really are a genius.
I have my moments. Thank you.
Do you come, dears?
Again, sorry, I did not hear that last bit.
How do you come up with these ideas?
Nature pretty much comes up with them for me. Hence, Haga, Domia. These little fellas, as he pulls out like the little wasps that are floating around, that usually sort of like float around him for his flash of genius thing.
So you've got wasps, a bird, a gorilla, and a hot chick.
And a hot plate.
Oh, the hot plate. We didn't forget the hot plate.
Yeah.
Technically, yes, but a hot plate's not going to help. Is it?
You see a wild griddle in nature.
10 out of 10 for presentation on that one.
That was
The hot plate.
You can see Val's been ignoring the conversation for a little while and just goes, "You know the hot plate? Is there any way of like expanding it? Because you know when we have like meat on the table that just sits there and then gets cold. Is there any way of like expanding it so it can just keep food hot on the table?
That's not a bad shout.
Yes.
That way it's always nice and hot to eat."
That should be simple enough. You just got to maybe add another heating element to it and just portion up the sizes to what you need.
just
actually
thinking
have
of
to
ways to sell this to other people, and that would be, if you sold that to a load of rich people, they would definitely buy that.
Dude, you could advertise it in the Chicken Jester. We could get Gunther, like, have it as a theme thing, like, for meals. You could have, like, several, and you could, like, rent one for a table if you wanted to cook your meats or something.
Can you imagine if there was a separate thing for, like, cheeses as well? So the cheeses would always
Like
stay...
an indoor barbecue or something.
Yeah, the cheeses would always stay gooey so that you could, like, put it nice and hot on something.
You tell Gunther about this.
I suppose Zandal's just grateful for the change of conversation.
And
A little bit,
Write it
yeah.
down,
He's
give
sort
it
of
to-
like,
and,
he's grateful for the change of conversation. He's just not sure where this is going either. He's sort of like, wait a minute, am I just
And-
suddenly their bankroll?
and thus the D&D hot-plated raclette is invented.
I'm waiting for a cheese fondue and
Dude, like the Jiggy Jester is gonna be like the forefront of like business. To be like the first to sell the freaking satires booze potentially, and in like a tavern rather than just here and there. And then they're gonna be like the first to have hot plate.
Going to be an all-you-can-eat banquet that just stays hot all the time.
Gonna make him a fortune at this rate. Be able to like make multiple Jiggy Jesters around the continent.
Expand
if
the
we-
brand. Expand the brand. Oh, dear.
Expanding the brand, yeah.
And then the more money you can make, the more inventions you can make.
Yeah. You could end up getting
You
your
fund
own
the
stipend
materials,
from
you
your
can-
inventions, yeah.
Fund the materials and the jewels that you need.
I'm pretty sure if you did that, Gunther was making a profit. He'd give you a cut. If it means that you keep making more things that can make him money. Just as a way of replacing the money you lost. Duh.
The issue is if I start commercializing, I won't have time to invent new things.
But that's why you just make one product and you just iterate.
Yeah.
The hot plate can then also be a hot plate for cheese, and then a hot plate for, I don't know, if you add chocolate and milk together, you could make some kind of heated beverage that way. And
You mean like hot chocolate? That's already a thing, Val.
is it? Oh, okay.
Seed made that.
But you can see where I mean. You can iterate off the same invention.
Yeah.
Just make small changes.
And that's what gives you funds to make other things.
I will see what I can do.
and by this point, I'm sure Vierna's finished her breakfast. So it's like, so
Yeah, by this point, you guys have pretty much polished off the breakfast on the table.
Okay, I'm going to go see whether Vale has come home. I shall be back shortly.
Do we want to take a day and then go look for this item tomorrow? If you have business to attend
I might inquire about the price of a airship.
I, for one, want to go to the Alchemist Guild. I'm curious to see what changes have been made.
Good luck.
I'll go and inquire about the airship as well.
Okay.
Then let's make this day a day of preparation and we leave tomorrow.
Sounds like a plan.
Replenish our supplies as well. Yeah.
Yes.
If we fail with the airship, we can go and inquire about horses and
Yeah.
Carriages,
prices
yeah.
and stuff.
All right. So we will start with Zandal, because the Arcane Academy is the closest, being pretty much
Yep.
just across the street.
Yeah. So Xander will go on, knock on the door, wait for the face.
The face forms and goes, "State your business."
I am inquiring as to whether or not Vale has returned home yet.
He has not, unfortunately. Would you like us to pass a message?
Do we have an estimated time of return?
He is due back in 3 days.
3 days. Please pass a message on to him that I would like to speak with him the utmost urgency.
Very well.
Thank you. Though I may not be here when he returns, it seems like the party have plans to travel. But just make him aware that I would like to speak with him as soon as possible.
Very well.
Thank you. And that's
And
him
he
done.
forms back into the door. Okay. We'll do Talia next. You make your way through the Gateway District, up into the Guild Hall area, and to the Alchemist Guild, which you can immediately see has changed considerably. Like, the windows that were before were rather dirty and shuttered are now all open and brightly lit, and you can see examples of potions in the windows with little labels saying what each of them does. You can see like inside when you enter the reception area, it's a lot more warm and welcoming. They're just it just feels a lot different. It doesn't feel so much like just this shut-in little place anymore. It feels much more open and welcoming.
Okay.
Okay. Like I say, currently you're in the entrance area. There's no one at the desk currently. But if you wanted to just try and call someone, or you can just go upstairs. You know where Anala's lab used to be.
Oh, go upstairs, I guess.
You go up the stairs and you turn down towards where Anala's lab used to be. You can see that the door has been removed, and instead there is now a beaded curtain there. Deep purple beaded curtain.
Hmm. I'll stick my head in, I guess.
Okay, as you stick your head in, you see that the lab it's still full of alchemy equipment and all the bubbling vials and beakers that you are used to. But it's a lot neater, and B, just generally better presented, effectively. And you see a figure facing away from you, deep green robes, probably about 5'8" in height, slick backed black hair, looks like a male figure. Currently stood there just like jotting something down in a book.
Hello?
The figure turns and you immediately recognize this person. You've met them before. It's Absam from Moontide. And as he turns and sees you, he goes, "Oh, well, hello. It's lovely to see you again, Talia."
The view? Well, this is a surprise.
Oh, isn't it just? I've gone up in the world and I have you to thank, I believe.
You're welcome, I guess.
Oh, don't be so modest. Oh, because
A
of you,
great personal expense.
indeed, because of you bringing my research on the abyss dust to Inala, obviously when she was kicked out for her rather, shall we say, not
Questionable methods?
yes, quite right. Ah, because of her questionable methods. Um, when Barras was looking through the information to try and find out who to replace her with, he found my research and her glowing report on it, and well, reached out to me. And
Oh.
it got me away from that rinky-dink little fishing village.
How, how is Moontide?
Other than the fire that happened just after you left, it got hit rather badly in all
Tragedy.
that. Got hit rather badly in all that nastiness coming from the ocean. I had quite a time making healing potions for the general populace during that, and it
Yes,
was
that is
rather
a thing.
Yes, it was a thing. But fortunately, they didn't come too far onto the land around there. They seemed to focus mainly on Mahal. So we weren't hit too badly.
That is good to hear.
But anyway, listen to me prattling on. Can I offer you a drink?
Depends. What's the drink?
Tea, coffee, water. Please don't think I'm like the previous guildmaster. I'm I'm not going to be experimenting on you. Taking your money, yes. Experimenting on you, no.
To hear. It was unpleasant.
I
Worth the
can.
discount, but unpleasant. All this.
Well, you'll already be receiving a discount from me. Obviously, friends discount, and obviously, you did help me get this position, so there'll be a bit of a discount. I can't promise much, but I can do something for such a august personage as yourself.
Wonderful. I'll take a tea, I guess.
Very well, and he quickly bustles around and quickly makes a small pot of tea. And you can see again, though this is an alchemist's lab, there is a purposefully set aside area for this, for entertaining. He has a section of the lab that has a nice small little table, two nice armchairs, a selection of tea making and coffee making stuff, and a little cupboard with like snacks and stuff in. And he quickly sets up a nice tea set with a couple of biscuits. And he goes, please have a seat.
Of course. And she'll sit down.
Pours you the tea. It's a nice herbal blend. You can tell that he's probably made it himself. And he goes, biscuit?
I'll pass on the biscuit. Not
Very
really
well.
necessary.
But anyway, I understand you and the rest of that motley crew who rolled through Moontide have made quite a name for yourselves around here. Although apparently a few of your members have switched around a bit during the time that I've last saw you.
Yes, Rawin's gone off to Minis Pingoli. Mantra
Wonderful.
joined the, what was the academy?
She went to the Innsbruck University.
Yes, she went to Innsbruck University.
Oh, very prestigious.
Yami, well, I'm not actually sure where he went.
Well, he always was a bit of a slippery
I like to
customer.
think he eloped with a librarian. He did spend a lot of time there. Val is still with us. Ert is, well, it turns out she was a Verdan.
Oh, I've never met one of them. They're supposed to be interesting creatures. They have interesting blood. But
Yes,
I'm
she's
not
very
going
good
to
at
ask
healing.
for any. Not going to ask for any. No.
Of course not.
If I do,
Oh,
it will
and,
be strictly under professionalism and kept documented.
Of course. Oh, and, Erden, just to return to his forest, he needed to go back to his home.
Yeah, well, like everyone can understand wanting to go home, although I don't
Yes,
particularly wish
we
to
still
return to Moontide.
We still have Valdician and Ert, and myself, but the other members are all new.
Yeah, well, perhaps I will meet them sometime and be able to make some deals and get some coin. You never know.
Of course. Speaking of making coin, I was thinking of healing potions, actually. It was part of the reason I came.
Any particular strength you're looking for?
Suppose standard or greater, or... I don't think we really need anything stronger than that just yet.
Very well. I currently have on hand. He reaches, gets up and moves across, gets a small lacquered chest and opens it up and goes. Obviously, most of them, as you know, get taken by the guard, the army, etc., etc. But we get to keep some on hand. And he opens up a chest and he's got 3 standard healing potions and 1 greater healing potion.
How much would that set me back?
Normally there's 50 per standard, 200 per greater. Let me see, that would be 350. I'll do them for you for 300. How does that sound?
Deal.
Ah, wonderful. And he holds out his hand, takes the gold and quickly puts it in a little lockbox, and you see him immediately make an entry in a ledger.
Was
There we
3 standard?
3 standard and 1 greater, yes.
Standard. Greater healing, just the 1, yeah?
Mhm.
Okay, that's been added to my inventory. Trying to think if there's anything else that might be useful.
I mean, would you like me to make a sales pitch, or do you just want to
Sure,
name
why not?
something that you're looking for?
What do you have?
I don't particularly have a huge amount of things in at the moment. Normally, obviously, we cater on demand for potions, you see. I am trying to get us more into the commercialization of potion making, but the rest of the guild members are being a little recalcitrant. They're still used to the way Inala did things, you know,
Hold up.
just
What?
recalcitrant, uncooperative.
Right, okay, cool. I meant that as player, I didn't know what that word meant.
Yeah, it's they're basically, you know, they're still used to the way that Inala did things. Lots of research and just fulfilling what the government wanted and just taking the money from that and leaving it at that. They don't seem to
Fair
have
enough.
any ambition. I'm trying to instill that in them. The only things I really have available currently is he picks up 2 vials and puts them in front of you. I have an invisibility potion and a spring potion currently
What's a
available.
spring potion?
He picks it up and you can see it's like the vial itself is like jittering in his hand, and it's full of a bubbling, vibrant pink liquid. Drinking this makes you as bouncy and pliable as a spring. If you fall from a great height, you will not take any damage because obviously you bounce, and makes it so that you can jump great distances.
Hmm,
The only downside is it's a little unstable. Once you've drunk it, you can't really stay still very easily.
I think that's probably not going to be very useful for us.
Oh, very well, very well. Just a potential offering. I know that a couple of the guards have been looking at it for, you know, when they're chasing people. 5 minutes of being able to jump quickly and move quickly could be very useful, but obviously down
Quite
to the
chaotic, no doubt.
indeed, but very good for chasing down criminals.
I think we're to stick with the healing potions for now.
Very well. Like I say, I'll if you ever have anything that you particularly want, please let me know and I'll start researching and creating and see what I can do.
What about a potion that gives you like a harder skin? Make you harder to hit. That could be useful.
There is yes, I could potentially make something like that. I mean, there are spells that do that, but I could easily replicate them with a potion.
I mean, some of us aren't spellcasters, darling.
Exactly. I understand. I myself am just a humble alchemist. I could probably make something like a stone skin potion. It would take a couple of days to source the materials, but I could potentially make something like that. Yes,
Might be worth looking into.
I think that might be wise. So if I can guarantee myself on, you know, repeat business, it might be something I start stocking on the regular.
Well, we always check into the Alchemist Guild when we're going to. Oh, I'm losing my voice. Go somewhere.
Yeah, well then, I will make sure. I will have a look and start seeing if I can begin sourcing materials for that.
And if you think of anything that you think would be useful for us, come up with
I
it. We
can
might be interested.
think of a few things that might be useful for adventurers, depending on the situation. Obviously, things, as I said, like the invisibility potion, always useful. If you're going somewhere particularly cold, a cold resistance potion. Somewhere hot, fire resistance.
Useful. Don't really need fire resistance for myself, but the others might find it useful.
Exactly. Obviously, you've experienced going underwater. There was water breathing potions and so forth that can be used.
Yeah.
I once heard a rumor about there being a polymorph potion, but that would be extremely difficult to make, I think. But still potential there.
Potentially.
Yes. Um, I mean, I can do some more thinking and research and start coming up with ideas. Unlike Inala, I'm not just going to, make them for no reason. But I can at least, at least put together some ideas and begin thinking about it. And if I can offer them to you, and then if you're interested, I will source and make.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Oh, very well. But obviously, you're a busy person. I can't keep you all day. But
Yes,
please.
we must go and check out probably fuck, her name's escaped me now. I'm gonna say Mara, but it's not Mara. Wilma! We need to go and check out Wilma.
Please
See if
do.
Tim's got anything interesting too.
Yes, please do mention me to both of them. I would, again, greatly like to meet with them and explore, the beginnings of potential business partnership.
Or Wilma would love that. I'll let her know.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much. And have a lovely day. Please remember to bring your new friends around sometime. I'd love to meet them.
Of course. Oh, I love the beat curtain. It's a cute touch.
Well, Inala had that stupid door. It's just not me. I'm much more open than that. And also, I did consider I'm living in the same place as Armatae again. I don't want my door banging in with a hammer.
We do apologize for that.
Hmm.
We were new to the adventuring.
Yes. Well. Anyway, please have a lovely time. And again,
Bye-bye.
come back with any needs that you have potions-wise.
I'll be sure to get the others to come say hi.
Thank you. Yeah. Ta-ta for now.
Bye-bye.
Okay. And you make your way out, slightly shell-shocked at the differences, but pleasantly happy with the purchases that you've made.
Yeah. I also realised I still had 2 potions of greater on me, so I might need
Yeah.
to go find the others and divvy these out a bit, because I've got like 3 potions of greater and 4 potions of standard.
Mm-hmm.
Want to spread the load a little bit.
Okay. Gonna move to Vierna and Val now. As you guys make your way down through the Gateway District into the Sapphire Docks and then out through the Western Gate and walk along to the Zeppelin fields. You can see that there is currently one very large Zeppelin there, probably being loaded with cargo to be taken somewhere else. But you currently don't see any skyships in the docks.
It could be a problem.
That could be a problem. Vienna will kind of look around for like a dockyard master. There's usually like someone who's in charge of who's going, incomings and outgoings.
Yeah.
A little travel information centre.
Yeah.
Yeah. Looking around, you do eventually see a burly-looking orc who seems to be barking orders at other people.
She'll just approach him and just say, I don't suppose you've seen the airship recently, have you?
Huh? Which airship?
The one that we've been flying around with?
You would remember the name of that ship was
Swift
the Cloud.
Retribution. Oh, Cloud Skimmer, sorry, not the Swift Retribution.
Yes, the Swift Retribution was the ship.
The bigger ship. Very big ship.
That was a sailing ship. The Cloud Skimmer was Daxel Quirwin's ship.
Yeah, she'll say, the cloud skimmer.
Cloud Skimmer. Last I checked, that was out on an escort run for one of the Zeppelins. It's due back in, if they've kept to schedule, 2 days.
Well, that goes that idea. We might as well walk there.
Yeah.
What were you looking for exactly?
It's nothing that can help on water. We were looking to get to Wygrove Stronghold and north from there.
I see. Well, Wygrove Stronghold doesn't have a airship dock, so you wouldn't have been able to get off there. I'm assuming you wouldn't. You were looking to charter an airship to take you where you were going?
Yeah,
I see. I'm assuming you know that's upwards of 20,000 gold.
that's
I
also
don't
Depending
think we
on.
realised exactly what the cost was, and I think that's what we were trying to find out.
yes.
Well,
But you have actually answered our
it,
question, so
again, it depends on where you're going, the risk, etc. You got to bear in mind most airships aren't particularly outfitted for combat or going to places, outside of their normal routes. I know Daxel is one of the few who can, but like I say,
Is there something smaller than an airship that can still go by air? Like blimps or any other...
nothing. I mean, nothing that's particularly fast. I mean,
by
most
fast, we mean as long as it's faster than a horse.
what you got to bear in mind here is I'm not an engineer. I can't really tell you much. Most airships come with these little float dinghy things, um, but they're not designed for massive amounts of use. The enchantments on them need recharging. They're escape vessels. They go down, and then that's it. They stay down, or if you're using them as ferrying back and forth, they get recharged by the central enchantment on the airship when they're back on the airship. So most smaller things are not designed for long journeys. They're designed for, as I said, ferrying back and forth or emergency escapes.
I think we're better off just getting a horse and carriage. Thank you for your time.
Not a problem. And he turns back and goes back to sort of shouting at some people currently trying to unload the Zeppelin.
Alright, bang goes that idea. It was worth a try.
Back to horses as it is.
Back to horses.
Okay. So you guys start walking around the outer wall, heading towards the north side to go to Lucky Logan's ranch. In the meantime, Xandal, as you sort of get back to the Jester and sort of go up to your workshop, you hear the rushing of wind, and then right in front of you, just appearing out of thin air, is just like little whirling vortex of a creature holding a chest.
What sort of creature?
It's a small air elemental.
Okay.
It opens up the chest, and you can see inside there is a scroll.
Xandor just sort of like holds his hand out as to say, "Can I take it?"
It just sort of offers the chest towards you.
I take the scroll.
As soon as you take the scroll, the creature and the chest just vanish.
That is new. He kind of like moves to somewhere where, knowing full well that sometimes scrolls can have certain magical effects, he moves somewhere where if something was to go wrong, the whole building isn't coming down.
Okay. So moving into the training room, you
Yeah.
open the scroll.
Yeah.
Opening the scroll, you find that it is a letter from Rachna.
Oh. Okay.
And basically, it basically states that obviously the Arcane Academy had informed him that you were trying to get hold of him and that it was a matter of importance. He apologizes for not being present at this current time, But at the bottom of the scroll, he has included a effectively a minor, like little readable spell. So this does count as a
Yeah.
spell scroll, which will allow you to cast the astral projection spell, which
Okay.
will take you to where he is and allow you to talk to him.
Yeah. So he sits down. He has
Which
Haga
you
and
know
Emily
this is.
and Adomia all on.
By the way, you know that this is rare and impressive. Astral
Yeah.
projection is a hard spell to cast.
I hope this isn't like Sabrina astral projection where you got to worry about them freaking birds coming to kill you. If
You
you've
don't
seen
know.
the Netflix series.
Yeah. Yeah. So Xandal essentially has as many robots as he's got around him on sentry duty.
Yep.
He then prepares to cast astral projection.
Okay. I need you to roll me a d20 and add your intelligence to it, please.
Okay.
You are casting a 9th level spell here from a scroll. There is a good
D20.
chance this could go wrong.
Yeah. My intelligence modifier is a +3.
Okay. You cast the spell and then you feel your body get left behind as your consciousness filters out, and suddenly you're looking at everything differently. You see that you are in just a field of stars that are just zooming past you at ridiculous speeds. Eventually, you slow and almost you don't quite re-enter the world, but you seem to shift back into the same plane you normally experience, but your body is ghostly and see-through. And you see that you are in a lavishly appointed sort of hotel room, and you see Vale sat meditating at a table in front of you, and he opens his eyes and goes, a little quicker than I expected, Sandal, but how can I help you? We'll have to be quick. This spell does not have an unlimited time.
Okay, I'll cut straight to the point. What can you tell me of bone claws?
Bone claws. Why are you
Uh,
looking up something so dark?
there's currently one that's acting as a vigilante in Mahab.
That's
And I killed
odd.
it, and now it seems to be haunting my bed.
I'm sorry. What? I'm going to assume because it's you that wasn't an innuendo.
That was not an innuendo, no. There is claw marks currently underneath my bed.
You watch as he sort of sits and thinks for a moment and goes, when a arcane practitioner attempts a lichdom ritual,
A failed
does not,
lich, correct?
yes,
Yes.
fail. But the problem that they then find is that the ritual is extremely complicated, magically speaking. The soul
Yes.
is separated from the body, but the soul has not died. Thus, it cannot be claimed by any of the other planes that deal with death. For example, the Raven Queen cannot ferry it.
No.
None of the other devils or demons who have a prior claim can take it because it has not actually yet reached the end of its natural life. Instead, the soul binds itself to the nearest creature that has either a black soul or potential for a black soul. That creature then becomes its master. In effect, because their souls are intertwined, then the bone claw uses that link to form itself a new body, a twisted amalgamation of what a lich should be, but bloodthirsty, chaotic, evil. Many dark wizards and dark overlords have sought to gain bone claws for themselves as they make extremely useful hitmen, bodyguards, agents of chaos. They are never ceasing, never stopping killing machines. They do not need to eat. They do not need to sleep. They have no need for breath.
Well,
However,
as a thought, you're usually well within the know of most of the magic users in the area. Given the Bone Claws
I never said it
activities,
had to link to a magic user, Sandal.
does
I
not have
said
to
it
link to a
merely
magic
has to
user, a
have
dark soul.
a dark soul or potential for a dark soul. It is unfortunate. There have been times where a bone claw has been in service to dragons, to giants.
I almost feel this is more human, given the Bone Claw's actions.
I
It's.
will.
Do you know of anyone that has any wrong sense delusions of grandeur?
I do not.
Nothing at all.
No. The only thing I will say is this. The soul who becomes entwined with the bone claw is not always immediately aware of such. You must bear in mind the bone claw is not a mindless beast. It retains its intelligence. It retains its memories and its abilities from life. Obviously, as a spellcaster, it loses that ability for its new unlife and its combat abilities. But in essence, it will still understand things. Many a bone claw has first observed its new master, sought ways to, in a way, make themselves useful, as the bone claw's only goal is to serve the master. The only other overriding prerogative the bone claw has is obviously to safeguard them. The master dies, the bone claw dies. That is simple survival tactic. So
Yes.
anyone making a threatening move or disrespecting its master quite commonly finds themselves dead.
Can
Yeah,
the dark soul be saved? Can they be guided upon the right path?
potentially. That is one of the known ways of destroying a bone claw. If one can get to the known master in time and manage to persuade them to such a radical shift in personality, then yes, link can be broken that way. However, that is a one in thousands of chance, Sandal. And bear in mind that during any time you are searching for said master, the bone claw will be working to twist them more into using it and taking its abilities and using them as it wants to use them.
Yes. I feared as much, because I don't believe this person is bad, maybe misguided.
If they are ordering the bone claw to do vigilante work, then yes, it sounds like they maybe are, but the problem you must think of now is this. What starts as vigilante work How long until that just becomes a hitman?
Correct.
How long until a twisted sense of justice starts seeing
Everything as the bad
everything
guy.
as punishable? Something as simple as petty theft, something that would normally only get you a fine or a slap on the wrist, being killed for. The Bone Claw
Yes.
will do its best to twist its master's views to that, whilst also protecting its master from A, discovery, and B, harm.
So this may be of utmost importance then.
I am not sure. If you have managed to destroy the Bone Claw once, it will likely either shift its focus or, from what you have told me and from what I have heard, this Bone Claw appears to be trying to keep itself hidden. It's not going on
Very much
murder
so.
sprees. It's acting on orders only currently.
Correct.
Thus, once it has failed in attacking you, it may back off and hope that it can fade into obscurity once
Obscurity.
more. Yes, exactly.
Of course.
You may have a bit of time, but I would not rest on my laurels for too long.
No, if any of your sources manage to get any information at all, anyone near the city with a false sense of justice, with...
The main problem I have
Please
with
let
this,
me know.
Sandal, is I believe you. And I can quietly pass word around to those who will believe me.
Yes.
However, we cannot disseminate this to the general public.
No.
A, it will cause panic, and B, it will immediately alert the master to the fact that we're onto them. And all the master has to do is walk out the gates.
Of course. Discretion is really key.
Indeed.
Thank you.
You're welcome. The spell is unfortunately about to end, so I'm
Well,
sorry
enjoy
for the
your posh
discomfort.
hotel.
It's diplomacy. It's boring. But
Yes.
I apologize for the discomfort you're about to endure.
Yes.
And it's at
Of
that
course.
point, Zandal, you suddenly feel as if, like, you hadn't realized it, but there was a tension around your consciousness, like a rubber
Yoink!
band, and it pings, and you are suddenly flying backwards at speeds even faster than you took to get to where you were going, and you
Yeet!
rocket into your body and collapse onto the floor with great what's the word I'm looking for? Like motion sickness.
Oh, that is unusual.
And the scroll you had been reading from has burnt into ash.
Yeah, Xander just kind of lays there for a moment, just regaining his bearings.
Okay. From there, we will move back to Tahlia. Was there anything else Tahlia wants to do?
Probably go to Wilma's, but I want to try and grab her if I can as well, because I know she'd want to see her as well. If I can
Isn't
find
at
her
the
first.
jester, but as you sort of peek into Wilma's, you see that she is already there.
Already there? Okay.
Yeah.
Figures.
Just sort of like they're not doing anything. They're just sort of like is sat on a stool and just chatting with Wilma inside.
Ah, I'll like walk in, see if she's got anything new.
Welcome. Oh, hello, Tahlia. How can I
Hello.
help you? Just waves and goes,
Um,
hi.
do you have anything new?
No, I'm sorry, not anything new yet.
That's fair enough.
I mean, you only came in yesterday.
What, did I?
Yeah, you came in yesterday with Elise when she bought
Oh, yeah,
the
with
ring.
the hammer. Yeah, I
Yeah, and
remember
the
now.
hammer.
I forget.
I mean, I know I'm good. But I'm not that good.
I'll leave you with Earth then. Perhaps I might go and see Asgard instead.
All right. Well, have a nice day.
Bye.
Bye.
Earth, don't be out too late.
Yeah, don't worry.
Have fun. And she'll wink as she leaves.
Blushes a little. Okay. So you head over to Asgarm's, moving around the Jigging Jester and across the crossroads. You come around the back of the Bloodied Basin to Asgarm's Arms and Armor. You can see Asgarm there pounding away at a piece of metal on an anvil whilst her apprentices and shop hands move around her doing their own jobs.
Oh, Asgard?
Ah, Commander Tahlia, how can I help you?
I have a, protege, shall we say.
Right.
Small halfling, very young, about, is she 17? 18?
17, yeah.
19?
17.
17? You have any, simple leather armor that
Uh,
might help?
yeah, we've got some stuff that's possibly all fit all right. Obviously, if she wants it adjusting to fit, she'll need to come in so we can, make the adjustments. But I think we've got a basic set. She sort of calls over an assistant who runs off. About 5 minutes later, comes back with just this halfling-sized basic set of leather armor. And she goes, "Be about 10 gold."
Sure. Do you have any crossbow bolts as well?
Yeah. How many are you looking for?
A pack of 20?
Pack of 20. That will be 5 silver.
Excellent. 5 silver removed. Okie dokie.
Okay. Hand
Um,
the armor and the bolts.
Also, do you have any small set of daggers, perhaps?
Yeah. And she gets us a case and opens it up, and it's got 2 nice little stiletto daggers in it.
How much?
For those, probably 25 gold.
Sure.
All right. Hands you the case and takes the gold.
Should get her started, at least.
Hopefully.
She wants me to train her as a rogue. I don't think she realizes what she got herself in for.
No, I heard about your training back at the Talon. I feel sorry for her.
To be fair, she snuck up on me first try.
Oh, well, maybe she'll be worth watching then.
She has potential, for sure.
Well, I'll keep my eyes peeled for her then.
I don't know if I ever updated you on the situation in Durina.
Don't think so. Why, what happened?
Dagger is no more.
Right. I mean,
It made
Blimey's...
some deal with some, something got a totem. Was using gnolls.
Well, that makes me glad he's gone then.
Yeah, turned into some beast. We slew him, of course.
Well, good. I'm glad to hear it.
King Abraxas. He's a good lad. I think he will do Durina well.
Well, I'll have to go back for a visit sometime then.
You should.
I will.
That's what you'd like to know.
Thank you very much. And we're still keeping an ear out for anything on your father. But
Good.
nothing
If
yet.
you have anything on Dagger as well, any not the wrongdoings, but he seemed to be mixed up in some pretty dodgy shit.
I've not got
Believe
anything personally, but I'll see what
we
I can
found
scrounge up.
some documentation. He might have been dealing with a necromancer.
Well, that's a bit dark.
I think that's how he got hold of the totem. I remember Dergus told me about it. A dwarf who was with us when we travelled with him for a bit. He stumbled across us in Vierna. I met him in
Oh yeah, I know him. He
Longtown.
had me make a bunch of iron pages for his book.
Yes, I think he returned home when we had that business with the water.
Yes.
What Harry's doing, actually. But yes, he told me about it. I fear that something very dire may have happened to Tarlock. And I feel this necromancer has something to do with it, so if you could look into that, that would be
Alright, I'll pass the word
appreciated.
around.
I doubt Dagger is as sneaky as he thinks he is. He's bound to have left evidence somewhere.
Well,
Perhaps at the stronghold.
Well, we'll see what we can find. Anything else I can do for you today, though?
No, I think that will do. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Alright. You too?
And I'll return to the Jig and Jester because I'll want to offload that stuff to police at some point today.
Right, back to Vierna and Val. You guys have made it to Lucky Logan's ranch. The rain is coming down, not overly heavily, but it is still just this constant rain now. But you can see the horses and the ranch. What would you like to do?
I'll approach the ranch owner.
Lucky Logan's there and goes, well, howdy! How can I help you all?
We're looking to hire your carriages again. Preferably, maybe some of your stronger horses, maybe ones that can deal with the cold.
Right. Where y'all planning on going?
A bit more up north.
Very north.
Let's see. In that case, I'd probably say you probably don't want a carriage. Carriages are only good for the road. If you're going off-road, you're going to want to just go by horseback. How many people are we talking here?
How many of us are there?
There's what, 8? Including Halise? Plus... I mean, Hagar... do we need one for Sandal if he's going to be on Hagar?
Yeah, we might have to get back to you on that one.
Alright, that's fine.
Between 7 and 8, I'd imagine.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you're going up north, you say?
Yeah.
Yes.
So that's going to be probably... We'll say a month, just to be on the safe side. I'd say I'd probably be charging 200 gold per horse for decent. I'd probably be giving you. He sort of points over, and you can see there's these large, almost like Shire horses, but with like these slightly shaggier coats. He goes, they're probably the ones that'll be A, best for rugged terrain, B, best for endurance, C, best at weathering out the cold. Although I wouldn't advise on taking them too deep into the tundra, because, they're only going to be able to handle so much cold.
Noted. Think we can manage 200 gold between us?
200 gold per horse.
Per horse, yeah.
Say per horse. That seems a lot more than what we were charged last time.
Well, again, last time you were going to a town on roads where, I was pretty sure you were all going to come back with my horses. This time you telling me you're going up in the wilderness where there ain't no roads, no guards, no guarantee my horses are going to come back. I got to make back my investment somehow, mate.
So would the 200 gold absolve us if any of the horses went missing, went lost, or died?
Yeah. That's why I charge so much. In case a horse don't come back, I can replace the horse.
Okay.
I mean, if you guys want to buy horses, that's then your problem. But
the harm being at
I
the
mean,
Jigger Jester? I'm just saying.
What's the price difference between renting them and buying them?
Well, if you wanted to buy those horses over there, the ones that I pointed out to you all, that's probably going to be 500 gold per horse. But then, it's your horse.
Hmm.
If you're wanting just a regular horse, we're talking probably 50 to 100 gold per horse. But again, they ain't going to be able to handle the cold weather like those do.
Vierna's actually tempted to buy her horse.
I mean,
I can
Val's
see
got
you
a
all
spirit
need-
horse, so
Yeah.
I can see you all need to think about it for a bit. So why don't you all go away, talk to your friends, and see what y'all decide on. Yeah?
It's a good
that's probably a
idea.
good idea, because we've now
Yeah.
got an idea of prices. We can go back to people and go, what do we want to do?
Yeah.
All right. I'll be here if you need any of my horses.
Thank you very much for the quotation.
No problem.
Vierna kind of turns away, but then kind of taps Val on the shoulder and says, if we're going up north, we're going to need warm clothes.
Yep. And we're going to need extra stuff to make fires and
Yeah. Okay.
a load
let's
more
go on.
supplies.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we'll head over to the bazaar and get some clothes.
Okay. So you guys make your way back into the Gateway District, past the Jigging Jester,
Yeah.
back around and down into the Sapphire Docks and to the Patchwork Bazaar, where you can see that the market in the rain isn't as busy as it usually is, but it's still fairly busy. So you're looking for, I'm assuming, somewhere that sells winter clothing.
Yeah.
Got some
Go
basic
ahead
base
and-
layers and some thermals.
Go ahead and roll investigation checks then, please.
Investigation. Meh.
It takes a while. Maham is a coastal city. It's not like boiling, but you're probably talking sort of mid-Mediterranean sort of levels. It's not boiling hot, but it also doesn't commonly get very cold here. So winter furs and that sort of thing aren't exactly the most sought after goods. But you do eventually find a store that does stock sort of hardier clothing, thicker, meant for effectively for traders to purchase if they are traveling northwards.
Yeah. Can maybe get more basic stuff, but maybe we'll have more luck when we get to Wygrove Stronghold.
Yeah, I mean this place is designed. It's basically almost like go outdoors. Like it's
Yeah.
designed for people who are traveling on the roads, and it's got sort of basic coats and undergarments and camping gear and that sort of stuff. But going through, you get the feeling you could outfit everyone for basic winter gear. For
At least
probably
start off with, yeah.
Yeah, probably for about along with fire making stuff, and if you want them, tents, etc. You can probably do that for about 5 gold per person.
Let's do that. And yeah, Vierna will think about our companions and, she'll just grab what she thinks will fit them.
You know, when we were originally enlisted by Maham, and we said that we were going to get a stipend and enough to pay for staff, which we haven't really hired because the staff of the Jigging Jester are still. Does that mean there's still a coffers that we haven't dipped into that's being paid into to cover these staff?
What what happened was you were told you were going to be given the money to make basically a base,
Yeah.
and then the stipend for staff, but you guys then said, oh, we're just going to build it above the jigging jester, so that stipend now goes to Gunther, because
Okay.
he is in essence changed his
landlord.
building to allow you all to live there, and it is him and his staff who are feeding and watering you.
Okay, that
So
makes sense.
he and his staff are now the staff of Armatae, effectively, at the same time.
That's fair.
If you guys had gone, no, we want our own manor house out in the country, then you would have got that, and you would have received gold to hire staff. But you would have had to hire staff.
Otherwise, we wouldn't get free food. Well, yeah.
But because you are effectively not necessarily sponging off the jigging jester, but you are living there.
I
The
was gonna say
jigging
we bring in enough money for them that
Yeah.
it compensates them.
but the jester has to be financially compensated for the extra food, the extra alcohol, the extra building, all that sort of stuff. So that is where that stipend goes, is to the jigging jester to buy all the food that they provide you for breakfasts, for lunches, for dinners, the alcohol for your parties.
That's fair. So we can't appeal to try and get a little bit extra money for like horses and stuff like that. It's all been covered. It's all going into
Currently,
the
it's all
jigging
been covered.
jester.
I mean, you could go and ask Barras, but the thing is, what you are currently doing is not something that has been asked of you by the city.
Yeah, it's
Fair.
not in
You're
Maham's
on a-
interest. It's in
No,
our own
you are
interest.
on a personal errand currently.
Fair enough, Ski.
If this was something that Barras had asked you to do, he probably would have done like he normally does, which is give you a war chest effectively to use. But this is a personal errand, not a mission from the city.
Okay. Anyway, how much gold do I
But
owe?
yeah. So for 7 of you
Or
with
do
5
we owe?
gold apiece, that'll
Yeah.
be 35 gold in total.
35.
So
Okay.
12 and a half each.
I'll pay 13 if you want, and then
Yeah, okay. Do that.
Okay. So you guys make your purchases and then head back to the jigging jester, laden down with heavier, more weather-resistant clothing, rations for the travel, like hard-wearing rations, and tents and kit for starting fires, etc.
yep. And we'll return to the Jigging Jester.
Okay. So you all reconvene in the jigging jester as the rain comes down outside. The warmth and comfort of the tavern is a welcome reprieve from the thunder and rain outside. But you all meet back up in the bar of the jigging jester.
Xander will probably come downstairs, like once he's aware that the others have started returning.
Probably still dealing with a little bit of vertigo.
Yeah, he's probably propped up against like a hagger.
Yep. With Emily just sort of following behind you.
Yeah. Val, maybe speak quietly.
I mean, I can turn my volume down quite easily. Do you want me to whisper? I know there's an ASMR thing going on, but...
Oh no.
Is this not what you meant?
Not what I meant, no.
Okay.
Yeah, no, he wants just to speak with Val, just kind of like out of the way of people.
Yeah, easy enough to do.
Yeah.
managed to get in touch with Vale.
Okay.
He... There is information about the Master that we may not be aware of currently around this bone claw creature.
Okay.
The Master might not be aware of the bone claw's presence as of yet.
And why are you telling me directly and not telling the group?
Because if there are public ears, I just don't want to spread panic.
I mean, we could have reconvened upstairs and just gave the group a briefing.
We have a meeting room.
We do have a meeting room.
I don't know that.
Been upstairs. Do you not look anywhere?
No.
We
I
could
know
have.
where the workshop is and the training room.
You had to walk past the meeting table to get to it.
And we could have gone to the onsen and spoken the onsen.
Well, it's not exactly like miles away from like everyone. It's just more sort of like.
I know, I realise.
So
I'm
that-
just
yeah.
saying, like.
Yeah. But yeah, it's sort of like Xandal doesn't know half of this stuff because he spent so long like sort of like blind focus. He just sort of like looks for things that interest him. So yeah, he doesn't kind of like know that there's a meeting room, even though he's probably walked past it like 3 or 4 times now. And stuff like that. But yeah, no, he pretty much explains all that Vale explained to him. That there is a chance that the Master could be saved from the darkness, though the Bone Claw is going to do everything within its power to try and twist the Master to more dark deeds.
Okay. This is information that affects the group. So,
Yes.
we do need to tell the whole group. I'll mention to them in a minute that we should probably go up to the meeting room and have a chat about this whole Bone Claw situation. Me and Vierna's gone out and got some quotations for transport for looking for this item as well, which
Of course
isn't a small amount of money. So we need to just decide on that as well. Yeah, I think that's probably the best bet forward.
Yes.
How's the hot plate modifications going?
I have not started them yet.
Okay.
So give him a chance. It's been a day.
Hey, he can basically invent an automaton in like 2 days, modifying a hot plate.
It took him a bit longer than that to make him, but okay.
He has a basis for the automaton to work on.
True.
The hot plate's a whole brand new idea.
I mean,
take
technically,
degree.
he had this hot plate thing he tried to make on the ship, so he
Oh
kind
yeah. I know what I'm doing. I can make a hot plate now. I've just got to sort of like expand it. I've got to get the materials for it, the gems for it.
Cool. Either way, let's reconvene a meeting in the meeting room and just work out our next steps.
Of course, lead on.
You gather everyone upstairs in the meeting room.
And Val nudges Xandal first so that he can say his piece. I'm not saying it for you.
Sorry, I had to sneeze.
Spit it out, Xandal. What's this meeting about?
Yeah, so once we've gotten everyone up to the meeting room, Xandal will explain what Vale explained in Xandal's way.
So very long.
No, it's usually very short, very to the point.
No, you are not. It takes ages to say anything. Xandal drags out every sentence. Tell me it's short and sweet, as in. It's like, and this is the thing. It's like, spit it out, man.
Come on, focus back, focus back. Come on, children.
No.
And once Xandal has finished saying his piece about the bone claw, I will mention the fact that the airships is a no-go because of the price, and if we want to rent horses, it's going to be 200 gold, or if you want to buy our own horses, it's going to be 500 gold.
But for all of us, or 500 each for the horse?
Each.
Well, it was 500 each for the large Shire horses. He did say it would only be like 50 to 100 for a regular
But
horse.
the Shire horses are more hardy, yeah?
Yeah, they're much hardier.
I mean, to be honest, owning your own horse is a good investment, and we do tend to need them often. It would save us a lot of trouble having to rent them and worrying about getting them back.
There are stables
You
attached
have
to
to
the
acquire
Chicken
it.
Jester.
Exactly, we could keep the horses. I think it would be a good idea. I would like to buy a horse. I've always wanted to own a horse, to be honest.
We do have the Qualish.
What speed can the
This is
Qualish
true.
move at?
Can it do faster than the horse? Wait.
Moves.
I mean, that
hang on a
was my
minute.
plan in the first place. Was
Yeah,
actually
there's a
using
body of
Bosun's
water at the
ship.
top, right?
There is... You guys don't
You
know
need
what's
water. Yeah.
there. But
Does Bosun know?
no, you guys would have to get a map. There is, from what you guys can see there, I will allow this as player knowledge. There is a river, but that is a river. You own a sailing ship, not a
I thought
river
he
boat.
could, like, dunk under the water and reappear in another...
No.
Oh,
he
wait,
can
no,
do
we haven't unlocked that yet, have
eventually.
we? We haven't unlocked
He
that
said
yet,
that
have
was
we?
an eventual ability. That is not something he can currently do.
Okay, so back to the horses.
Yeah, he's going to be as good as useless.
But we do need to start using the ship or it's never going to get that ability.
I mean, we can always use the ship to get close enough land-wise, and then go by horse.
I mean, I would assume by this point you guys have probably gotten out a map from somewhere, so I'm going to give you a bit more of a view of this general area. So there you go. So that is the general area around the farm.
So we could always sail up to that corner of lake,
to the Witchful
ocean,
Mire?
whatever it is, and then go by horse from there. At least that'll save the horses a little bit of energy in a few days.
Like go to
travel.
like here,
Yeah.
and then we could follow the river up to... Well, where we need to be, really. Right?
I think we actually need to be, like, up here, but...
Well, that's what I mean. Like, if we take the ship to there and then follow the river, that takes us to like here, and then we just travel north to there.
True.
I'd save us some time. I mean, it's a big ship. Could we fit horses and a rowboat? If the river is big enough, we could probably row our way to there, and then leave.
I mean, we can't row with the horses on the
sword
rowboat.
there.
No.
Oh yeah, that's the point. Yeah.
Back to the original
Okay, so we take the ship to here, and then we follow with the horses down the river.
Back to the original question: how quick can a Qualish go? Is it
So,
faster than a horse?
The Qualish, I believe, is 30 feet per turn.
Yeah, 30 feet, but
Whereas
it
a horse
doesn't
is...
require feeding, maintaining.
A horse is generally between 40 feet and 50 feet, depending on the horse.
Yeah.
Per
And
round.
they're hardy horses that we're thinking of purchasing, so they would be easier to maintain than a smaller horse.
Yes.
There's just obviously the potential to lose the horses at any point.
Yeah.
I mean, our last mission gave us over 2,000 gold. This is only a quarter of that. And we could potentially save the horses.
Yeah. So, like I said, we take the ship up to there, and then we follow the river, and then go north where it ends.
Would we know by our map whether there's a stopping point if we were to go, follow this river along? Is there a town?
Well, I mean, what, like, is
Right.
there, like, a village or anything there?
Yeah, that's all I'm thinking is supplies.
So the map does not show any towns or settlements that far north.
But there's
Whether or not there
potential.
is an undocumented one, you don't know.
Right.
The main problem you've got is basically the area sort of, I'm gonna draw a circle here. So this sort of area here is effectively the area of influence of Maham, with a little bit more around Moontide sort of area.
Okay.
Anything north of that is considered wilderness. The only other place a bit more north of that would be over. Hang on, I didn't mean to do that. No, let me click on the correct.
Starts
bloody
drawing a
thing.
million circles. Far.
The only place bit further north would be Pandy Vale, but that is an elven settlement and purely elven.
Might
So
not want a bunch of people who aren't elves.
obviously,
Yeah.
it doesn't have a lot of interaction with
Yeah, that's the last
Maham,
place
and it's
Vierna wants to be.
yeah. And then obviously to the left is Witchmore Mire, which is, as you guys have experienced, pretty hard to pass.
Right.
So
Isn't
those
there
are
a
like the
freaking hag up there? Or is
that's
that
where the
somewhere else?
hags were, yes. So that is like the natural borders of Maham's area of influence, effectively.
Okay.
So there may be settlements and villages up there, but if they are, they're going to be very much insular and self-sustaining places. They're not going to be places that necessarily even recognize Maham as their sovereigns. They're going to be very much frontier sort of settlements.
I mean, I suppose that's still fine, provided we can still provide for ourselves.
Yeah, I mean, if we
all we
bring
need
enough
is like
supplies.
all we'll need is like warmer clothing before we go up, because I know we've bought warm clothing, but it might not be warm enough. That's all I was thinking. Unless we go hunting along the way, but
Yeah. Either that, or we go by land, go towards Penka Forest, and then
I mean,
the
you
wider
guys have
stronghold, and then
been
travel north.
you guys have been as far north as Witchmore Mire, and you would remember when you went there, it was a lot colder than you're used to. And that is like only a little bit south of the tundra. As you headed the further north through Witchmore Mire, it did get colder. The more further north you went.
I think it would be wiser to go to Penka Forest.
yeah, that's all I know.
And go to Wiregrove Stronghold, and
It
then ride
makes
the horses
sense to
north.
sail up to that river, but that's all I was thinking. It's just like just making
If we
sure we've
can't
got a bit
resupply
more.
it probably
Yeah.
might not actually help. I mean, how many days travel is it to get to here with the ship, and then ride immediately to Penka Forest?
So with the ship to get to there would be a single day sail.
I think it might be worth actually doing that. I know it's only a day, but it would keep us familiar with the misadventure.
Yeah.
I would say
to start. We said that we need to not feed it, or we need to use it, form
Yeah.
a bond with it to unlock it. So even a day's travel might be wise.
I think that's a good idea, but when we disembark, we ask it to go up to that corner of water in case we need a quick out. If we have to
I think it
escape
would
fast.
make sense to have it in that corner anyway, because once we come back, you're on about going to Minas Pangoli, aren't you?
Oh, what? Yeah, we could meet it there and then sail it straight to Minas.
Sail it straight to Minas Pangoli.
I think that's our plan. I think we're gonna
Yep.
go up as far
Although,
as.
won't we have less supplies by that point, though? Because we'll have used a lot getting to
To
here.
and from it, yeah.
Well, if you've got to
So-
go back to the ship and then
Or
go back to
we could at least
Maham
meet
and
the
then
ship
Minas
there, and then go
Purely.
back to Maham, resupply,
Yeah, and then we can-
go to Maham.
Wherever we go, we can just sail it to wherever we need to go. That's... So, there we go.
Okay,
There's the plan.
so
So we're going as
Plan is-
northward to
Here.
be parallel with Penka Forest. We're going to
So
disembark with
here.
our horses.
send the ship back up to there to meet us on our return journey.
And then
Then
go
we
via
head to
Penka
Penka.
Forest up north.
Wygrove Stronghold, and then north.
That's our plan.
Right.
And are we buying horses or renting horses?
I'm gonna
I
buy
think
mine.
buying. I'm buying mine.
It's got the money to buy hers. Val doesn't need one. Just Sandal, Fish, and Blossom.
Yeah, Zandal's
Yeah, I
skin
can
already.
Pretty sure we could all afford to buy our own horses if we so choose.
Okay. I think that's
We
our
should
plan.
probably inform Gunther that we would like to stable some horses.
Is
Well-
Paddy
We could
still
have
there?
someone to look
I'm
after
still here.
them.
Yeah.
Oh, right, okay.
Which
Sorry.
is quiet.
I'm just letting you guys plan. But I am going
Right.
to say,
That's
As-
enough for tonight.
the party of Armatae come to their decision and make plans for their expedition or hunt, however you call it. I think at that point we are going to call it there for the evening. Thank you all so much for joining us, and I hope you have all enjoyed this arc of the story. We will be back next on the 3rd of December to continue on from there. Again, I would like to thank Suinscape for allowing us to use its wonderful abilities to help
Music tools.
with this. Yep, music
Hey,
tools,
where's my
sound effects tools.
Sirenscape gone? It's exited.
But
I was wondering why it was
Again,
quiet.
I hope everyone again has enjoyed. I hope everyone continues to stay safe, and I hope not many people have the same cold I've just had. But until next time, guys, see you later. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. See you next time.